at all. It's just not a surprise anymore whenever they get out of surgery. But I guess that's the thing, Kevin. You know what? I'm done. I'm done making fun of that from now on.
Okay.
Because think about this. Your mom ever gone into surgery?
Yes.
You ever not been there whenever she was at surgery?
No.
Okay, that's different.
Oh, yes.
And
because I was in Germany.
And what were you waiting for? Somebody to text you and say everything went fine.
Exactly.
So that's where I stand on this now.
By the way,
my mom had surgery. She's had a couple of complications since. She's good now.
It's scary.
Yeah, man.
And it was especially scary because I got multiple calls at like 2 a.m. in Germany, and I was like, "Oh no, did somebody die?" But like the time changed there; it was like 7 o'clock at night or something. All right, right now, let's fire up some baseball nuggets. And we start with, do you want to know other news across MLB, or do you want me to talk about how the rest of MLB doesn't seem to think that the Rangers front office is very good?
Can we start with the first one?
Okay, good decision. All right, the Red Sox are supposedly hot in the pursuit of Bo Bichette. I almost said Bursuit because it's Bo Bichette, but there are other folks who believe the Philadelphia Phillies are the favorite to Bo leave and get Bo Bichette. So keep an eye on that, since Bichette and the Phillies, see, he supports that, met via video call earlier this week. So could be down to the Phillies, could be down to the Phillies and the Red Sox to pick up Bo Bichette. I've heard that this has been made all the more difficult because apparently Bo Bichette initially was wanting a contract in excess of $300 million.
Oh.
And teams were like, oh, well, yeah.
Did you see what PETA has said?
About Bo Bichette?
Mm-hmm.
No.
And this isn't the PETA that you're thinking of.
Stands for pain in the ass.
This is the animal PETA.
Okay.
Is it PETA? No, probably PETA.
I will say, please tell us your story.
They tweeted out, free steak comes with consequences, Bo Bichette. Clogged arteries don't just hurt your heart, they affect other organs too. So no to the meat bribe. And then they offered him a lifetime supply of Viagra.
I did see this. That's right.
Was this in the show?
No. I did see this.
They said, hey, we'll give you some.
Okay.
I think they should have gone with Blue Chew on this, but they did offer a lifetime supply of that because they said they didn't want him to have clogged arteries from steak.
Okay, that makes more sense because honestly, I didn't read the story because I was like, what? Why is PETA doing that? But all right, that makes sense.
That's how PETA go.
Now, in other baseball potential news, because it's not necessarily news as much as it is potential news. Supposedly, the reports say that Kyle Tucker is currently deciding between the Mets and the Blue Jays. Part of the wrinkle there is it's believed that the Mets offered him a shorter term contract, but they offered him $50 million per year.
Oh.
So I do always kind of wonder about that, especially since Kyle Tucker is about to turn 29. I wonder if, like, let's say the Blue Jays are like, we'll give you 7 for $280. I don't know, whatever, $40 million per year. And then the Mets are like, well, we'll give you 3 for $150. And you're like, okay, well, that's more than $100 million less, but it's $10 million a year more, and I would be a free agent again at 32. So that's kind of the thought process, putting aside, like, which team you think is a better fit.
And most likely, not one player has thought about that.
Maybe.
But his agent is looking at trajectory, how to maximize the asset that he has, and he's helped him figure that out. And he's like, this is the best deal for everybody involved.
Yes. So keep an eye out on that, because you can't help but wonder if there will be a renewed push, much like when the Dodgers made their deal with Shohei Ohtani. You have seen more and more, including in the Bregman deal, people loading up contracts with deferred money. I wonder if in this scenario, maybe you'd see more of a push from other teams to try to load up the average per year for a shorter deal. Then if you're a younger player, I wonder if you're like, well, Kyle Tucker got $50 million per year. And then the team's like, well, no, but that was because of, and the agent's like, don't want to hear it. Mm-hmm. I want more money than that. So this could change the dynamic of...
But then at some point, won't the average per year, then adding an extra year will become the way to win?
I mean...
That whole thing is like, yes, we've done that. Let's add that extra or 2 years. Contracts have just, they're insane.
Yes.
We're at an insane point where Alex Bregman's got gigantic numbers.
Well, I mean, and take a look at another sticking point, Cody Bellinger. So supposedly the Yankees offered him 5 years between 155 and 160 million with no deferrals. And Bellinger is looking for, per Bob Nightingale, at least a 7-year deal. So this is the Yankees we're talking about. Them and the Dodgers historically spend. And they're like, well, you're at least 2 years short.
How old is Cody Bellinger? He is 30. He would be 37 at that point.
Correct.
How do you agree to something like that, knowing that that's way past the prime of a player?
And that's the thing, is how many times over the years have you seen a team say, well, we're going to have to eat crap on these last 2 years, but I think he can help us win now.
Kevin, I need to inform you of something.
Oh.
These new laptops that we got are also touchscreen, and that has now screwed up everything for me because I did not expect that to happen. So I got a new game to play here for a little while.
Okay, well, can that wait?
Touchscreen computer game.
Oh, my gosh. Can that wait for a few more minutes?
Sure.
All right. How good do you think the Rangers front office is?
How good do I think Ross Finstamaker and Chris Young is basically what we're looking at.
I think the scouting department falls in that as well.
I would say 22nd.
Ooh, so not great.
Mostly because of the scouting department.
Okay. What if I took the scouting department out?
Third.
Wow. Man, so you think the scouting department is just
ownership involved in that?
No.
Then third.
Okay. Alec?
Give me ownership, and we're back down to 15th.
Do you think this has been a
He gave us a year,
coaster.
though. He gave us a great year.
How do you think the front office and scouting department of the Rangers is viewed across the rest of Major League Baseball?
I would say they are right at, I'm going to say they're inside the better half, but barely at 14.
Okay. Now, these are going to work a little different. It's not a specific ranking just like that, but here's what I want you to consider. I've got a whole bunch of categories for you. The top vote getters in each category usually range from like 5 to 17.
Okay.
Best farm system, best use of the draft, best use of the international market, best at acquiring prospects in trades, most underrated farm system, best at hoarding prospects, best at developing pitchers, best at developing hitters, best at finding and developing sleepers. You know how many the Rangers were listed in those polls in the top 5 to 7?
Zero.
Not one.
And that's just my own personal feeling, but I feel like I know the truth on that.
And they're not in the top 10 in any of these. The only one the Rangers even appear in the category of also received votes, so not even enough to qualify at like 4 to 8%. The only one they even qualify in an honorable mention is who does the best on the international market. That is led by the Brewers, Dodgers, Padres, Guardians, and Yankees. Keep in mind the Yankees were 5th at 4.7%. That means the one category in which the Rangers front office and scouting department got the best score was still less than 4.7%.
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
John Smoltz, I don't think it is.
Kevin, I do need to ask about this regarding that. That's all regarding prospects, right?
Yeah.
I didn't hear anything that said free agents in scouting.
I can't imagine we'd do well on free agents.
Well, they built that team off a lot of free agents that won the championship.
That's true. How many years ago was that now, though?
2.
No, when they signed those free agents, though, that's coming up on like 4 to 5 years ago.
Okay, but that they did know who they now. Whether or not they've had the money to go get the other ones they want, different story. But I think they really did pay a lot of attention to the major league team that year, and said we'll look at the farm system later, and still haven't done that.
Yeah,
like still haven't quite gone completely in. And then they go get a guy in the draft, and they're like, put him on the team as soon as possible. Wyatt Langford. They could have made their farm system look really good for a while, but
and this is where I get concerned, right? Because you just mentioned it. The ownership's not willing to spend money right now. That's a fact. All right, well, you've seen the payroll, whether the number is 176 or 190 million, which is what I actually think it's closer to. That's below the 200 million that Chris Young said he thought they would be at. It's also about $70 million below what a top 5 market spends in Major League Baseball.
Okay.
That's $70 million. I'm not saying it would play out like this or these were your needs, but you realize by those standards, maybe you could go pick up Bichette and Bellinger right now and add those to your team. And I feel like we would have had a really different lineup discussion yesterday.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, but you're not willing to spend any money, right? You were coming off a 500 season, which was the second non-losing season in the last 9 years. You've only been above 500 one time in the last 9 years. And when you look at how do teams who don't spend money get better? Through the farm system and their prospects and everything like that. And we just went down the list. And this is other executives in Major League Baseball. So you got to think like they're probably pretty damn plugged in.
What have we always said, too, regarding the farm, our farm system? Go pluck every scout you can from the Dodgers and Braves.
Yeah.
Go get those guys.
Yes.
Whoever's running their departments, find them.
It is the number one thing in sports that I do not think people properly take advantage of is spending where there's no cap, right? Because, and I don't mean I'm not lying, I mean when people made fun of A&M for the Jimbo Fisher thing, and I get it, I was like, that's fine. This is oil people money, not my money. Jerry Jones says, do you have any idea the size of the check I would write? But we're constrained by the salary cap and everything like that. You could put together the greatest collection of coaching talent that has ever been seen in the NFL. All you got to do is go up to every single one of those people and be like, I will give you $20 to $25 million per year. Yes, yesterday it was $15 million. Now I've upped the price just to make sure there's no question about it. Then you could have Flores. You could have Flores coaching your DBs. Then you could have Tomlin. You could load up, or Tomlin coaching your DBs. You could load it up, but you don't do that. Same thing. There is a pseudo cap in Major League Baseball, and obviously that's what all of the fight for the next collective bargaining agreement
Did you
is.
hear? We went over by 100,000. We're screwed.
It is not good, but that's what the whole collective bargaining agreement is going to be about. Fine. Go spend $10 million and get the best scouts from every organization. Because you might be loyal to the Dodgers. You might be loyal to the Rays until I say, I will pay you 15 times your salary.
From the Flagnicity on the Twitch, none of the teams mentioned for farming were under 500 teams either, I bet.
That
I don't have all of them in front of me, but I'm willing to bet that you're correct.
Here's a great example. With the exception of which team? The Pirates.
Oh, yeah.
With the Pirates.
Yeah, but they're on their way.
Yeah, we just told you yesterday. They're the greatest prospect in the history of baseball.
And the pitcher.
But the best farm system.
Skeens.
Here's the top 4. Man.
Stupid.
Here's the top 4 farm systems. The Dodgers, the Mariners, the Tigers, and the Brewers. Now, I realize the Tigers dealt with a historic collapse, but still in the playoffs. We've just mentioned the Pirates, but to that person's point, those teams are already good with more talent on the way, whereas the Rangers, and this will come back around at noon o'clock. We'll talk more about this. But for the Rangers, if you're not spending money and you are not viewed as having a favorable group of front office people and scouts and farm system, what's the road to improvement? I can't help but continue to wonder.
There is no road.
Well,
and
that's
where
a
we're
downer.
going, we actually do need roads. So.
In your face, Christopher Lloyd. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the Scooter Braun story that you've been waiting for, next on The Fan.
The more time you give,
888-833-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I can now tell you that on Friday, we're going to be live from the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen at the Marriott, doing the things. Corey, people have been asking to see you at the card show for like 8 million years.
I think this is actually further away from my house than our office now.
But you still live in Plano, so it should be okay.
It's very close. Yeah, and close to my men's tea clinic. So that's another positive thing that goes on.
So you might come into the card show ready to go.
I'll leave the card show and then be ready to go.
I meant like energy-wise, not like nighttime-wise.
Right. Yeah, well...
By the way, how fun are those commercials, whether it's for men's tea or whatever else, where you have to dance around what you're really saying?
Should I just start saying it?
Yeah. Like, if you want to hump, Men's Tea Clinic is the place to go.
Well, it's Wednesday, so that's what Kevin's referring to.
Exactly.
That's
right.
Yeah.
Hump day.
Hump day.
Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it.
Transition, Alex. Sorry.
It is time, I guess, for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Apple.
Yeah. Apple. I like it. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line.
Man, he might need to call the Frankels for that apple bite. That sounded painful.
That really did. That was a gargantuan bite. What a jaw.
It's a large apple.
Yeah, to answer the question of the day, plus the long tease will be paid off. The Scooter Braun story that just irritates me to no end. We will get to that here in just a little bit. We're going to go to the National Day calendar, but the question of the day is not going to be based on a National Day today. I just want to... I feel like I have to pay it off. I have to run through some of these days. I actually do have a little This Day in History for you.
Oh, neat.
This day in history, the first ever C-section was performed.
Man.
How long ago do you think the first ever was performed? Because it'll probably blow your mind.
80 years ago.
1981, it was me.
Because you're C.
I was the first one born in my family. I was a C-section baby. Mm-hmm. And I always, Kevin, I did always think that it was a C-section because it was the Corey section that needed to come out of my mom's body.
That is my favorite thing ever.
I really,
yes,
much like I always thought it was the Windex factor.
Oh my god,
the windshield factor, where you spray Windex on. It's how cold your windshield is when you're driving 70 miles an hour is what I always thought the windshield factor was when it's wind chill, and then the heat Windex, which is how fast the Windex dissolves when you spray it on your windshield whenever it's hot outside. The heat Windex.
This is amazing. It just made my day. But no, try 1794.
That makes sense.
Really?
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Dr. Jesse Bennett in 1794 on this day, January 14th. A long time ago.
Did the mom make it, that one? Or was this just the first time he was like, let's cut the baby out?
Yeah, because that does seem like an intense... Look, man, when Jess got the C-section, I knew we were going to be okay when they fired up some songs. Mm-hmm. He's like, what kind of music do you want to listen to? The first one, the doctor performing the C-section. He's like, nope, don't like that one. Next one.
Oh.
And I thought, man, he is so confident in this procedure.
But you got to think to yourself, we talk about all the roads that have been made, Kevin.
Sure. Like, how did they do that?
Think about how all the science has happened.
Man.
There's had to be risk and some potential things that had gone wrong for them to find out exactly what was in our body.
Yeah, like when we go to knife and they're like, who was the first person who's like, hey, let's just leave that steak out for a couple of years and see what happens. The same thing here.
Let it grow some bacteria on the outside.
Like, how the baby comes out of the woman. Who's the person who's like, all right, what if we skip that part and just cut it open? Like, wouldn't you think that guy was a lunatic?
Yeah. Honestly, I would, but this does mark the first successful one. So this is the first time that they documented it actually working.
Yeah.
So
She lived.
Yes, she lived,
Good.
and it marked a huge moment in medical history. For this one, I need you to put your maturity hat on and think in a Christian manner.
Was that? I do have the Jesus podcast.
Exactly.
today.
So you should know this without laughing.
Oh.
Today is Feast of the Ass Day.
You know, I feel like the Feast of the Ass has become a lot more celebrated in the last 10 years or so. I don't know. I can ask that for the podcast, but that's just the sense I get.
And just remember, this was predominantly observed in France as a variant of the Feast of the Fools, which is commemorated by a biblical donkey-related narrative, particularly the donkey that carried the Holy Family into Egypt.
Yeah.
Following Jesus' birth.
There's a lot of people in the Christian world who have no problem saying ass because they're like, it's in the Bible.
Yeah. So that is a real celebration that is happening across the world today. It is International Kite Day. It is National Dress Up Your Pet Day. It is National Hot Pastrami Sandwich Day.
No, pause. What percentage of people do you think like regularly dress up their pets? And is there any pet out there that likes it?
There are pets that do enjoy it. I've
Yeah.
seen it.
Really?
Mine
Yeah.
hate it. My 2 dogs hate it.
Yeah.
They will freeze in place. They just won't move. They will protest. But I have friends that their dogs, I guess, start them off at a young age, put a sweater on them or something, and they kind of just get used to it. Some of them seem to enjoy it. Some of them seem to enjoy it.
I think these are usually the dogs that are on some sort of like upper or whatever, for positivity and mental health. But yeah, he's right. Give them enough treats, they'll do anything. But so far, every Halloween, Adrian has tried to either dress up Landry or Kodak, and neither one of them have seemed to really love it that much. Kodak, a little more positive than Landry. Landry just kind of was like Eeyore, if you will, an ass of a donkey, if you will.
I still think that Eeyore gets a bad rap because there's like, oh, he's always in such a bad mood. Yeah, because there's a nail in his anus. That would piss me off too.
Everybody would be upset about that.
Yeah, just think about it. Alex, like, living his life. He's doing fine. And then someone nails that to you. You're probably going to not be in a good mood.
You don't want to get nailed there.
All right.
All right. Well, that's a safe assumption.
I did encourage that.
That's a safe assumption. But, Corey, you know what they say about assuming. Don't do it. Anyways, but what we're going to focus the
Make
question.
a feast out of you and me.
See, that's right. Make a donkey out of you and me. What we're going to focus on for the question of the day is actually from these airwaves. I was listening to the Fan After Dark the other night, as one should, because Fred and Blake are the most unpredictable duo I've ever heard, ever. So they got on the topic, and I would run the audio, but you know how their tangents go. They usually go for about half an hour. So there was no good way to cut this up, but Blake proposed the idea of the fabled cookout and who would be invited to it at the Fan. So I'm going to kind of spin that. Now I'm going to say, you have to put on the best party in human history. Your social life depends on it. And you are inviting 2 people from the Fan to make that party the best party that has ever happened. Who are those 2 people? 877-881-1053.
What's the question?
Thanks, Corey.
My initial thought is Lucius and Choppy.
To have the best time?
Yeah.
Yes, to have the best party ever. You're putting on a party. You have to invite 2 people from the Fan to make sure it's the best party ever.
Well, I need Broadus there to cook.
Smart.
Ooh,
Broadus is doing. I need the crawfish boil. Now that's not going to be all the time, but I do need Broadus for that. Don't talk to Broadus during this though. He'll likely shut you down for whatever. He's like, I'm busy. Do you not see me over there with his towel, wiping my forehead occasionally? This is business. I'm working. All right, so just know that he's not going to be part of the vibe.
Yeah.
But you're going to go outside and smell it, and you're going to see the man standing there with his paddle, and you're going to be like, whatever. He's got this huge pad. It's like an oar, so he can get the thing out of the water. That's for sure.
What about Fred and Jake Riepma? You want to have them?
I don't know if that's going to end the way that you
together.
There was a time Dawson during his drinking life was a riot. Like that dude, there was a time.
Oh, not anymore.
He's subdued a little bit more now. But I'm going to go with Broadus for the food part, and then I know Lucius can DJ.
That's a great point. I didn't even think. I was considering Lucius because he's Lucius. I wasn't even thinking about the DJ part. Mm-hmm. That makes a ton of sense.
But then some of the great DJs, they'll play music. Some of them will play music and talk. And I think that he can do a little bit of both. So I got to steal from GBAG in order to make this party really roll.
Okay.
I think because I'm there too. All right, now consider that. I'm going to walk around and socialize and do my thing. So that's already fulfilled.
Okay.
But I don't know, if you ever been at a party with Kevin, he'll hold court. He was like, all right, people want to come sit next to Kevin and just talk about stuff. And Kevin could talk about anything. He can talk about, UFC. You can talk about Feast of the Ass Day. You could talk about all sorts of. You got a lot. You're like Ben Stein.
Oh, neat.
You know a little bit about everything.
Hey, I made a Ben Stein. No, I made a Ferris Bueller's reference yesterday.
Okay.
9 times.
Maybe not, Kevin.
Oh.
You be at my party, I promise.
Let's see.
Rudy.
There's a lot of great answers coming in. 877-881-1053. The 2 fan hosts you would invite to put on the best party ever. But let's see. I see Brian Broadus and Corey Majors from the 425.
Thank you.
From the 443, Bobby will feed drinks all day and Choppy will be the drunk comedian. I like that.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, if you want a drinking party, that's good.
Is Bobby still going as hard at a party?
Yes.
Drinking? Okay.
Probably.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, you heard
Aiden
the
says
story.
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Aiden got his first experience of that the other week, yes. And you guys heard on these airwaves the story about my birthday back in June.
Yes.
And that was his doing. Bobby and Choppy is a popular answer. Zach and Corey from the 214. Lucius and Broadus from the 682. Drunk Bobby and then Fred from the 214. That's a dangerous combination right there. I think my picks, honestly, Broadus, and then I would put Blake in there because a lot of people don't realize Blake can make a conversation with any human being on the planet.
Oh.
He can approach anybody. He has the most confidence in himself of any person that I've ever met. He will make intriguing conversation with anybody at that party. You just point at them, he says, all right, and he disappears for half an hour.
Yeah, over at Sean's party, Blake was very, very social. Absolutely, very social.
And then a guy who is a little bit too social right now for my liking, Scooter Braun.
Oh.
Obviously, the Hollywood mega agent and deal maker of the past is now known more as the 44-year-old boyfriend of Sydney Sweeney. Apparently,
How old is she, like 30-ish?
Something like that, yeah. And apparently he's struggling with the pressures of dating a superstar. Over the weekend, the Daily Sun put together a report that Braun is struggling with the fact that athletes keep sliding in her DMs and shooting their shot with her. The article says A-list fame comes with complications, particularly for Scooter, 44 years of age, who sources say is struggling to adjust and gets nervous when the 28-year-old Sydney takes quote-unquote me time. Premier League footballers have also been, quote, constantly sliding into her DMs, with some tracking down her private number. Scooter finds the persistence incredibly disrespectful, even though Sydney blocks and ignores them, according to insiders. To which I say, what the hell did you expect? You are dating one of the biggest faces on planet Earth when it comes to modeling, when it comes to acting, when it comes to just the female gender. A lot of people talk about Sydney Sweeney. That is the first name that comes up. If you can't handle a 10, don't date a 10. It is that simple. I mean, I've even dealt with it, with pro athletes sliding in DMs of people that I'm interested in.
Really?
And they're nowhere near the level of Sydney Sweeney's fame. You have to know that's going to happen. And the fact that he gets nervous, I think it's crazy that a news outlet got people to say, yeah, he gets uncomfortable when she disappears and doesn't answer texts and stuff. I would hate if my thoughts and opinions on dating like that and my personal relationship were out there to the public. I think that's crazy, for one. But two, come on, dude, you know what comes with the territory?
Plus, if I had like $500 million to $1 billion, I'd be like, all right,
Yeah.
I'll go find somebody else.
Who's next?
Yeah,
Goldberg
exactly.
style.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy where everybody watches the NFL, and is this the toughest player in the league? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next GBAG Nation, we got Tim Cato.
GBAG #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and sip it.
And let's start with retirement news. Adam Thielen announced his retirement. Question is, why today? Why not 3 years ago?
Oh, he made an important catch in the game against the Texans the other night.
Did they win?
No, but it was an important catch.
Damn it. Will you be sad with no more Adam Thielen around?
Nah, but I know Shan and RJ loved him as a guest when he was at the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I thought he was going to retire that year. That was Arizona, and I thought he was really going to retire. I thought, oh, this is it for Adam Thielen here. He's already starting to talk about potentially joining them on the show, like being a guest and being a potential host. He had a great personality, but it was interesting hearing them talk about, man, once Adam Thielen arrived, Aaron Rodgers felt so much more comfortable because he knew he could rely on these guys rather than these young receivers that he had to figure out. And I was like, that's Aaron Rodgers, dude. It's always somebody else's fault. Always.
Now, speaking of Aaron Rodgers, the man who's his offensive coordinator this season, Arthur Smith, has been requested to interview to be the new head coach of the Cardinals.
So he's only going to be head coach for bird teams, huh? He was the head coach for the Falcons already.
Oh.
And that didn't work out so well.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he did lead the offensive juggernaut that was the Pittsburgh Steelers this year.
Dude, now that I think about this,
they were 25th in yards this season. So, they were better in points. Actually, quite a bit better in points.
His offense, Kevin, Tennessee, 2019, 10th in points.
Okay.
Tennessee, 2020, 4th in points. From there, 26, 15, 26, 16, 25th. They're not good.
And that's what I never quite understand. Because I would always think, maybe I'm just naive about this, and maybe some of the better ones have already been taken up. Wouldn't you think, like most years, when you're like, hey, we're going to interview this offensive coordinator, you look at his track record and it's like his offense has been 2nd, 4th, and 1st, and you're like, oh wow, that's pretty good.
Am I wrong? Arthur Smith have some family connected to the NFL too that might lend itself to something like that. I'll have to go back and revisit it, but I haven't really been a big fan of Arthur Smith. I thought it'd be really nice for him in Atlanta for a minute. He loves to run the football. Him with Tennessee, obviously, with Derrick Henry. I thought there would be some good things there, but I just don't love his offenses at all, man.
And by the way, there are reports going around that Mike Tomlin has been telling folks that he does not plan to coach next year. Take that for what you will.
Kevin, Arthur Smith began his NFL coaching career in 2007 when he became the defensive quality control coach for the then Washington Redskins. His father, FedEx founder Frederick Smith, was a minority owner of the team. Makes sense now, right?
Okay.
All right.
Still feel like my question would be, hey, how come you weren't good at coaching offense? And what makes you think that means you should get a promotion? Then if I was Arthur Smith, my retaliation question would be, why did you schedule this interview? That's probably not how it's going to go.
His dad gifted Arthur the job because Frederick felt like he was not there for his son enough growing up.
Hell yeah! I wish my dad would have done that. Wish he'd have been like, sorry I wasn't around. Here's $50,000 or a dope-ass job. Deal. But that didn't happen. And now he is dead. All right, let's talk about what he is. Let's talk about the Saints. You know what's really weird is right in that moment, somebody looked through the window. I don't know if it's they wanted to see the studio or it's because of the bold proclamation.
Yeah, and Aiden has it on full blast out there, too, so that all those people can hear.
And Aiden's rocking a Moon Mammoth hat frequently. He knows what's up.
Is.
All right, Sean Payton, with what I think is actually super helpful advice to the fan base. He said his one request for the Broncos fans going into the game this weekend: for years, we were conditioned to raise the noise level when they break the huddle. The noise level needs to be loudest when they go in to the huddle, the opposing team, that is. And I think that's a great idea. Try to mess them up right at the beginning to not even get any potential play calls out there.
Dude, I think he's dead on.
He's smart.
You just, because, have you ever seen the video of Matthew Stafford and he's in the huddle and Sean McVay's calling the play and he goes, okay, I got it. And he starts to say it, he goes, hold on, he's still going. He's still, all right, cool. No, he's still going. The play's that long. And it's like for those quarterbacks to get the play out, everybody's kind of waiting for their cue in there.
Right.
The offensive line's trying to get their protection. The receivers getting their routes. So, yes, any little mishap in that can fry a quarterback. You know how working a show sometimes can fry you.
And that's Matthew Stafford saying
exactly.
that, man.
So if you got a crowd that loud while you're trying to get information out before you even get to the play, yeah, dude, you're frying them all.
Now, is Fred Warner the toughest human in the NFL, possibly the toughest human walking the face of planet Earth? If you recall, on October 12th, he dislocated and fractured his right ankle, i.e. his foot was turned the other way. And he took another step to potentially being available for the NFC Championship game. They opened up his 21-day practice window, and that was one of the things that he mentioned is potentially being available for that.
With that electrical substation right there, huh?
I mean, look, you brought that up. I have not done the research on that yet, but I am concerned. But can you imagine being like, hey, my foot got turned backwards. I'll see you in 3 months
Swelling's
for more
gone,
football.
I'm back.
That's crazy.
I think it's, Super Bowl if they get there, all right? That's the where I personally think, I think this is more like of an inspiration thing than anything else. But I've watched videos of him. He looks great.
Yeah.
But I would be very surprised if he plays anytime before that.
By the way, since you just mentioned that, it is already working. CJ West, one of their defensive tackles, talked about him being listed as a limited participant yesterday. You could feel the energy. You could just feel when he's around. It was awesome. I'm excited for him.
Yeah, he's a different dude. Dude, can you imagine if you put him in that Cowboys defense? Right there in the middle of that sucker.
Yes, I am imagining that now.
Let's go find somebody like that.
All right, let's do it. All right, let's give you a couple more coaching updates. We said this would be the case, and the Eagles did, in fact, fire their offensive coordinator. I don't know if it was because of that little kid interview that you played or like middle school kid or whatever.
In the C Block today, there might be another reason that he was fired.
Well, he's out. And then per Tom Pelissero, the expectation is that Harbaugh will interview with the Giants, the Falcons, and the Titans by the end of the week. A couple of player updates for you. For the Bills, another player is down. Tyrell Shavers is out. And then we find out that he played with a torn ACL in the second half. So maybe I should put him up contention with Fred Warner as well for the toughest humans walking the face of planet Earth.
You can play with that with a torn ACL.
Yeah, but your leg is all wobbly.
It doesn't hurt anymore. Just whether or not it falls apart.
Yeah,
that's the question. Yeah,
that feels like a pretty big deal.
He was wearing tight pants because it was cold.
He had those compression pants on to make
they
it
were
work.
keeping everything tight.
And for the Denver Broncos, their defense gets a boost as Drake Greenlaw is, in fact, on track to play against the Bills. Now, everybody is watching the NFL. We already knew that. We had an executive on from the NFL to discuss that, but the numbers continue to be staggering. 49ers-Eagles draws 41 million viewers. That is the most watched wildcard game since 2022. Can you take a wild guess as to who was in that old wildcard game?
Were the Cowboys in it?
That would, of course, be the Dallas Cowboys against the 49ers, and that was the year that their wildcard game drew 10 million more viewers than any other wildcard game. But you think about it. It's taken 3 years for them to get back to that level, even with the ratings boost of the deal that they cut with Nielsen to get more accurate indications of who's watching their game.
Yeah, seems like Nielsen needs to really get on it, huh?
I mean, they've been doing it, but you can't match the power of the Cowboys. It's just we don't make the playoffs a lot. Now, somebody said
only when the NFL needs a boost. They're like, all right, let's go reach in the Cowboys drawer.
Yeah, we'll get the biggest boost of all time.
Yeah, you don't want to overuse it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we haven't been there in 2 years. Use it!
Yeah.
All right, let's go to streaming. NFL, like I said, they're doing well across the board. A new record for streaming NFL has taken place. Somebody said the other day, if anybody actually saw the game on Prime Video. Look, if you don't want to pay for it, I get it, but that's the way the sports market has shifted.
Yeah.
And a lot of people watch that game. 31.6 million viewers. That is a 43% bump up over last year's Prime Video playoff game.
Wow, that's impressive.
It is. And it is now the most streamed NFL game of all time, with the previous record being the Lions-Vikings game on Netflix on Christmas Day at 27.5. This jumps up to 31.6. So just think about what we've already seen in the span of a couple of months. The highest streamed rating game of all time for the NFL. Now the highest wildcard game in 3 years. And then on Thanksgiving, you had the highest game in the history of the regular season, obliterating the previous record by, I think, like 15 million.
Man, NFL's doing all right then, huh?
Yeah.
Streaming's doing all right?
Seems
like that. I know Jerry is against it, but it seems like that push for a streamed Super Bowl is more likely.
And that's a hard sell against it when you're like, well, nobody watched it. 31 million people watch this wild card game streaming.
Yeah. And guess what? If we can get the NFL to agree, we could get 150 million. And you know what? We can maybe even get more than that.
Yeah, what would that cost?
And then on top of that, the revenue for Amazon or Netflix or whatever. Jeez, man.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I didn't realize what time it was. Coming up next, will you make the Rangers a priority watch this year, or do they have to earn it from you? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Already some thoughts and questions coming in, but from the mind of Corey Majors, will you make the Rangers a priority watch this year, or do they have to earn it from you? 877-881-1053. Now, I wanted to throw this out there real quick because somebody already asked this question. How successful was the Texas Rangers network in 2025, and will they continue the network in 2026? The answer to the second question is yes. The answer to the first question is more complicated depending on who you ask. Because at first, it seemed like it was very, very successful, especially for a startup. There have been some things that have suggested that perhaps it's lagged a little bit more, and maybe that's part of the reason that Ray Davis has been less apt to spend money. So I think the answer to that question is a little bit more complicated, but it will be back this year.
In that conversation, the simulcast pregame show, I thought that it was pretty good because they were carrying it here on the station too, and I thought that was fine. Now, obviously, I just love Eric and Matt. I think that they're just phenomenal play-by-play. So listening to the game is always great. I've told Dave Raymond many times and told Mike, and haven't really gotten the chance to tell. I've told David Murphy too. The product looked wonderful. They did some things that I thought was visually were really cool, but even better, I like Dave Raymond's storytelling about stadiums. When they go on the road, Michael asks him, he'll be like, "Hey, you did this. Can you tell me a little more about why this is?" And then Dave will explain it all. And I think that's really cool because not all of us, Kevin, I don't know if you know, but in the NFL, only about 7% of people have ever been able to get into a stadium.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And so I feel like with baseball, it might be kind of a similar number, but Dave kind of brings that to your room, to your living room, and kind of tells you that story. And I liked that. So I hope it did well. I can see from an owner's perspective how they're looking at a regional sports network number, and they're like, we made this much off of them. And they're like, we spent this much and only made this much this year. Not good enough. But that was year one.
Yeah, exactly. My argument would be it's year one and you have ownership of this. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's different than when you put it out to the RSNs, which, by the way, every baseball team has now separated from that RSN because, the last 9 came through. But you also have ownership of this. But that's another fascinating thing when Manfred's like, we will have control of all of these in X number of years. Does that mean the MLB is going to go around doing a whole bunch of buyouts? Or is there going to be a deal where they're like, yeah, I know you did own it, but now it's coming into the fold? I don't know how that financial aspect is going to work.
So I'd like to ask you a couple questions here.
Yes.
Regarding this. When Bruce Bochy arrived, he arrived with Nathan Eovaldi, he arrived with Jacob deGrom, and he arrived with an already ready to run Corey Seager and Marcus Semien, a team that was like a year ahead of schedule.
Sure.
But arrived just on time. And he was Bruce Bochy.
Yeah.
Skip Shoemaker is a guy that we're all excited about. He is a guy that we hear whispers about, and we know from his time in Miami just enough. But over time, he doesn't have the credentials to go along with what Bruce Bochy had.
Sure.
And that's I'm not knocking Skip, but I got more excited because we had a Boch. For the last 3 years, honestly, that's what kept me afloat, was the idea that Boch is here.
Yeah.
We can do it. We can figure it out somehow.
And that's just not the vibe for Schumacher yet.
And it might be. And down the road, it might be. Like, we might hit the ground and go 25-0 and be like, what the Sam hell is happening? Okay, 24-1. How about that?
Okay. I feel like people would still be in.
Lose the first one, win the next 24.
Okay.
And which would then obviously Kevin would be like, see, I told you can't go 162-0.
Bochy agreed with me on that.
But so that's the first sell, I think, a lot of times is that manager. And I just don't know casual fans if they're going to be in on the manager. Then Corey Seager's injury history has kind of put you in this I don't know if I can show up all the time for a guy that I'm just not sure when he's going to be in his groove. So he's a guy I like to watch. Wyatt is a guy I like to watch. Those two pitchers are people I have to watch for the rest of their careers. So there are some priority things for me for this. But man, last year put me in such a depressional funk that I could not get excited about a baseball game to save my life. I was trying, Kevin.
Yeah.
I enjoyed hearing Mike. I enjoyed hearing Eric and Matt and Jared do their thing. But man, I just felt like this offense was going to be like pulling teeth the entire time, and it was.
So when I considered your question, I thought about the question more from and I might be, on my own on this. I thought about it from an August and September perspective, because I will tell you right now, I can't envision any world in which the Rangers ever have to earn my viewership or attention or listenership, however you want to put it, in March, April, and May. I just can't. Like, I grew up in the Metroplex. I'm very similar to this person from the 817. I will be watching the Rangers because they hold a special place in my heart. And I feel like that's...
You navigate sports with the season, too, a lot, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so... Like, I cannot, even if I didn't have this job, I cannot envision a scenario in which, like, before the All-Star break, I was like, well, I'm out on the Rangers, but I'm still super intrigued by your question because I'm starting to see more and more people from the 469. They're gonna have to earn it. And then from the 561, I'll start out the new season as I always do with interest and open eyes. However, if our offense looks like it did last year, I might quickly bow out. And I've seen multiple people talking about that and saying earn. And one of the reasons is because they don't feel like the Rangers have put enough, I don't know, if you just think it's money or if you think it's time and effort as well, into making the team better, right?
Yes.
At least
you're
paper.
Dead on right there. Something that makes me go, I got to go see this. Right now, I feel like I saw it. Nimmo isn't the injection of excitement for me.
No.
He could be, though. Because here's what I've always said. I've always said Nimmo can play on my outfield anytime. Because I have watched that dude play. He hustles. That being said, Adola's hustled last year in the outfield.
Sure.
It was at the plate where I was concerned about him. And Nimmo, I got thoughts on him. I hope I still get that hustle at this age from him. I am expecting to. But what at the plate can you do for me? Now, home runs aren't the only thing. Base runners, runs, scoring, whenever you need runs, being able to manufacture something or get something out of it, big-time hits, excitement in baseball. I didn't get that last year.
Yeah.
So I'm a little stunted right now because I expected a World Series championship and that thing to kind of linger and us be in the mix all the time, and we just reverted back to farm system team.
Yeah, look, and
or trade candidate team.
And that's one of the reasons, by the way, I will always dislike people like Roger Clemens and Randy Johnson, is because I always felt like they were just pretending.
Yes,
like they might
David
be
Cohn
interested
did
in their
it too. Yeah.
So another team would pick them up.
I'll go to Texas.
Yeah, but of course you will not. So somebody from the 817 brought up building the sport and the fan base, especially with the younger generation. And that's one of the things that you just said that I think ties into that is I don't know outside of kids who play baseball. And there are a lot of kids who play youth baseball. And I'm sure they're locked in to be like, oh my gosh, did you see the drop on that off-speed pitch? Or did you see the movement on that slider? I have no doubt. But, like, if you're just a kid who doesn't play baseball, are you watching for that 1-0? Or are you watching because you're like, did you see how far Shohei just hit it? Can Stanton hit it farther? Can Judge? Can, whoever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because it just seems like that would lend itself more to kind of the highlight culture that I know really helps the NBA, especially since the commissioner said that's all you really have to watch. And so this Rangers team, at least on paper, doesn't look like it's set up for that. And then from the 972, I can't really explain this, but I'll give it a shot. But these same people are still watching the effing Cowboys 30 years later because And you're not wrong about the winning part, obviously. The Rangers have been to the World Series and won one of them 3 times in the last 15 years? You double that, and the Cowboys even gotten in the game to get to the championship game. But the reason why it's different is because the Texas Rangers, the baseball team, has never been part of national pop culture. It's true. It just never has. And so we all love the Texas Rangers. But think about it. You go back to the iconic look of Tom Landry, Sable with NFL Films, saying that, like, it's America's team and the hole is in the roof so God can watch his favorite team. That's how you pick up a fan in Taiwan or Oregon or wherever, that nobody ever goes, it was Cliff Lee time. That was outside of this Metroplex. It just didn't happen, with maybe the exception of when you picked up A-Rod. Then I felt like everybody was talking about the Texas Rangers or Nolan Ryan, but that dissipated quickly. Whereas in the 80s, they were everywhere, even when they weren't that good. When they were the 90s, they were the talk of the NFL, when they were winning off the field and then when they weren't. And they have an owner that just for whatever reason attracts people. Now, sometimes it's for good reasons, sometimes it's for bad reasons. The Texas Rangers, they just have never had that for a long time. And that's why people still watch the Cowboys, because their grandpa watched it in the 60s and had their parents watch it, and then they have you watch it, and on and on and on. Where the Rangers, they almost lost the team. Mm-hmm. Like, they had to bring in David Clyde immediately from high school to sell out games so the team didn't move.
Mm-hmm. The Rangers are your grandma's secret recipe. Nobody in the world knows about it except for you.
Sure.
And you love it so much.
Yeah.
And that's why you're excited to get more of it this year, because it's your grandma's secret recipe.
Sure.
That's what the Rangers really are for us. Everybody else, you know what? That's my new nickname for the Rangers, Grandma's Secret Recipe. Had a good one last night. That's what I'm excited. I love opening day. I love spring training.
For sure.
I will be there for it. How much of it can I handle if it's like it was last year? That's my biggest concern with this team.
And can I tell you, if this makes sense, you're not the fan or the fan type that I think the Rangers need to be worried about, right?
No.
Because you're somebody who will always have a certain level of interest.
No, it's the ones that showed up in 2010 and 2011 and were like, dude, the Rangers got here this year, and this is amazing that we have a baseball team in Texas.
Never forget, this is a real thing. In 2010, they interviewed people across the Metroplex, and more than 10% of people in the Metroplex said the Rangers had started playing here within the last 5 years. That's a real thing that really happened when we were really in the World Series. So,
yeah, somebody's texting in, casual Rangers fans from Dallas don't even know the Rangers owner is.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And so, look, we're going to be here to try to build up the baseball content, hopefully get people fired up for the season, and hopefully the Rangers will take it from there. We're the K&C Masterpiece. Good job, Corey. I really like that segment. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a lot of pressure to keep that excitement going. We'll do some NFL overreaction or reality, and my buddy's an idiot as part of the Expressway. Next, right here, The Fan.
Look out for Devontae Adams down here. They give it to Puka Nacua, though, and Nacua breaks tackles and gets his second touchdown. Puka Nacua having himself one heck of a day.
One heck of a day. K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to remind you, on Friday, we'll be doing our show live from the Dallas Card Show, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen, if you want to come out and see us. By the way, Dallas Card Show gets started tomorrow. But right now, I got some NFL overreaction or reality for you, and I want to start with this. Overreaction or reality. Caleb Williams is a future NFL MVP.
Reality.
Ooh.
And it's not strictly on Caleb Williams alone.
As is frequently the case, yes.
Yeah, this is definitely on him and Ben Johnson working together. The thing is, Jared Goff put up really good numbers a lot of times, but never was considered the best. You always were like, yeah, but with Jared Goff. Caleb Williams can put up even better numbers than Jared Goff, I think. Once he understands the system, gets comfortable with it, and understands how it can really set up him in game. But I think because of he has this electric play opportunities, he's going to have a lot of those. He's going to be on a winning team. I think Ben Johnson is building a winning team and a winning culture in there. And so I think that, I think he's going to be in that category at some point.
Alec, overreaction or reality, Caleb Williams is a future NFL MVP.
Ooh, I'm going to go overreaction for now. I just haven't seen the level of consistency that you usually see from the MVP, but at the same time, first year in that new system, I do think he's going to get better. I just think he was born into the wrong generation of quarterback play to try and compete for that title, because the Josh Allens of the world, the Patrick Mahomeses, you start looking down those. I mean, even Justin Herbert, if they get an actual offensive coordinator in LA, that could be
an
a
actual offensive line comes back healthy.
Exactly. I think there's a lot of other names that make more sense than him right now, but I could see him getting votes for sure.
I'm guessing this is not one of your names, but I'm going to give it a shot nonetheless. Overreaction or reality, Bryce Young can be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL.
Overreaction.
Oh.
The fact that they gave him a legitimate number one receiver, really awesome.
Yes.
He used his other receivers pretty well, too. Jalen Coker had a wonderful game against the Rams. The
go-ahead touchdown pass with 2:39. Well, I guess it didn't end up being the final go-ahead. But
yeah. And as Greg Olson always says, if all else fails, just throw it to the tight end. But the fact that he has a legitimate number one can help. But I just don't think he's in that category. He's good, and they can get better. They definitely can get better.
You've got time, and I know they just picked up his option. Do you think he'll get a contract extension from the Panthers?
No.
Okay. Alec?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, because I think Canales is looking at this going, I finally got him going. But if they've learned anything from Tua, you might want to really strongly consider that more.
Okay.
I finally got him here. Is there another level, or did I max him out already?
Yeah. All right. Alec, overreaction or reality? Bryce Young can be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. And then bonus question about the extension.
I'll go overreaction. I think he will be fringy, like top 12. Kind of that conversation that we had with Dak in the latter years of McCarthy outside of I don't know if you heard, Kevin, he was the runner-up for the MVP a few years ago.
I have heard that, yes.
So I think you could see I think you could see something like that where it's like, some weeks he's number 13, some weeks he's number 10, some weeks he's number 16. I think he's going to float around the teens area. I don't think he's going to make it inside the top 10 because I just don't think he has that ability within himself. But I think he could be like a Brock Purdy type where it's like, man, they have a system that fits him so well. And if he just doesn't screw it up, you kind of start flirting with top 10.
Now, this is an interesting update on a question we asked either yesterday or Monday. Andrew Marchand said while watching Romo broadcast, it looks like he doesn't do his homework. And then that brought back up the reports from a couple of years ago that CBS supposedly had an intervention with Romo over not doing his homework and not being good at broadcasting. Overreaction to reality. Tony Romo was not good at broadcasting this past weekend because he was sick, which is what he says now. He says he was sick for Bills Jaguars. Both could be true. He could have been sick and not good at broadcasting.
Sick of the work?
No, like physically ill, playing hurt.
Like the flu?
Yeah.
He didn't look the way I felt I looked whenever I had the flu, but he's a prime athlete, so he probably, gets affected a little differently.
Okay.
But he, I can understand that. I don't like it as an excuse. Don't show up to work then. Call in, have somebody else do it that day.
Yeah. I bet Jim Nantz will recommend that next time.
But the other, still, I didn't listen to him all season.
Yeah.
I really didn't. I didn't dive in and go, hey, is he that good? And he's the one, Kevin, I think doesn't affect me in the game, as you talk about a lot, until the late parts of the game where he's like, here we go, Jim. And then that's about where I'm like, oh, yeah, Tony's doing this game.
Man, by the way, fun thing that I've learned during this segment, I had no idea people were so split on Bryce Young. From the 6.82, Bryce Young had no games over 300 yards. From the 4.69, he's good and he's getting better. Oh, they said one day he'll be the best? Wow. From the 8.17, Bryce Young can't consistently make the necessary NFL throws. He's not good enough to win consistently. From the 2.14, Bryce Young will be top 10. Look at the landscape, and he will absolutely get a contract extension. I had no idea that there was this level of discourse around here for Bryce Young, and I like it. Overreaction or reality? The Giants hiring John Harbaugh would scare you.
We will talk a little more about, not about this in the C block, but the thing I thought Dable could do was organize the offense and organize the team. They never did.
Yeah.
And I thought they did a miserable job of drafting offensive line. Harbaugh will go in there immediately and say, we got to fix this first. Like, that's going to be the first thing he's going to say.
Yeah.
And if they fix that offensive line, that gives Jackson Dart more time. And that scares me. They already have a good defensive front. I think he'll be able to get some immature players to mature quickly.
Okay.
They'll have to fix the secondary. We'll see how long that takes. But, yes, honestly, Kevin, it does scare me because that could be the first time in a very long time that the head coach could have the voice to shut down the GM and maybe do something else different there. But evidently, that GM's doing a great job of trying to recruit this guy. So him being able to actually legitimately get a team built scares me.
Bonus question there. You would build your team around Jackson Dart.
Yes, and Malik Neighbors, 1,000%.
Okay.
That combination is terrifying.
Alec, twofold Giants question for you then. Overreaction or reality, the Giants hiring John Harbaugh would scare you, and bonus, you would build around Jackson Dart.
Reality to the first one with a qualifier.
Oh.
If he goes Liam Cohen mode and says, get the GM out of here and I'll take the job.
Good point.
That's when I would be worried because I don't think Joe Shane, the GM of the Giants, is very good at his job at all.
I agree.
And if he goes full Liam Cohen and says, look, I love what we have in place here. I want to work with my own guy. I want to build this team with my own guy. I think they would bend to that will and say, sure, we'll fire the GM and you can bring in whoever you want because you have a vision. You've been there, done that. You've won a Super Bowl. If they do that, then yes, I am worried because I think the roster building will be a lot better. I think it'll look different. I think a different attitude will be commanded from the team. You're not going to let prime free agents walk away like Saquon Barkley for somewhat affordable deals. I think you would see massive change there. And then, yes, reality, I would build around Jackson Dart because, like Corey said, I think the combination of him and Malik Neighbors, that's a lot of raw athleticism there. And that's a lot of playmaking and big playability. And those are the kind of guys that just rejuvenates a fan base. So if you are doing the overhaul of the front office and the head coach, you say, we got the hotshot new GM, and then we've got the Super Bowl winning head coach. And then we have a rookie quarterback contract on top of Malik Neighbors. Like, that is how you get fans to show up wearing the jerseys and be excited again.
Don't forget, they also have Cam Don't Call Me Mike Allstott Scataboo. So that dude will excite some people.
And you know Bobby's rooting for him not to succeed. Since you brought up Liam Cohen, Alec.
Is that how we all are as hosts or just fans in general?
100%.
Any take we have, we root against it no matter what.
And I'm telling you this, every sports fan in the history of the universe has one player that they don't like for either irrational reasons or because they took a stand at a time when, like, maybe it wasn't time to take that stand.
Jot that segment down for sometime this week, Kevin.
Okay. All right. Let's make that happen. Corey, overreaction or reality? The Jaguars' loss proves they were fool's gold all along.
No. They played a good game against a good opponent. They were at home. They should have played better. But this is an opponent that I don't think, like, they're not going away easy at all. The schedule set itself up nice for Jacksonville late in the season. They grew as a team together, and I think they have more growing to do together. If they, like I said with Canales and Bryce Young, if Liam Cohen can keep his team doing the things they did to get here and then build on that, sometimes you can get stale, you can get stagnant. And sometimes you have to inject a little more. Are we growing? Right? We've had that question asked before.
Yeah.
And so I think that's where he needs to go to that next level.
Man, this I'll get to you in just 1 second, Alec. This continues from the 972. Bryce Young will absolutely be a top 10 quarterback in 2 years. From the 682, Bryce Young sucks and will never be top 10. And then from the 806, Bryce Young is definitely top 10 in eyebrow thickness.
No,
I've never looked at that
he's
before.
got very thick eyebrows. As a man who has thick eyebrows, I can tell you that.
Look that up.
From the 214, look at the landscape. Bryce can't even look at the landscape because he would need to be able to see over
Mike.
the line.
Is that Mike texting in? Alec, overreaction or reality? The Jaguars' loss proved that they were fool's gold all along.
Overreaction. They weren't fool's gold. They were, like, it's the idea in my mind of they weren't wrong. They were just early. And some of that is unfortunate because Travis Hunter gets hurt and they've dealt with some stuff throughout the season where they're still trying to figure some things out, right? It's a first-year head coach. It's a new system. Trevor Lawrence you could see week by week, it felt like he was gaining his confidence and he was making those throws that made him feel like the second coming of football Jesus, like everybody said he was going to be coming out of Clemson. You started to see the signs of this is a legit team that has an identity now. They're just not quite there yet. And that's okay. But I think, especially for Trevor, I think they needed to make that playoff appearance. Even if he didn't have the best game of his career, he needed that. I think his confidence really needed that.
He's going to need another win soon, though, man.
Yes.
And not turning the ball over, but you just mentioned Travis Hunter. Overreaction or reality, at least for now, it is a mistake to continue to try to play Travis Hunter both ways because their GM told reporters that the plan remains the same, offense and defense. He played 67% of the offensive snaps before he got hurt, 36% of the defensive snaps in 7 games.
Figure out what he's best at.
Okay, and go with that, at least for the time being. I'm not saying you can never do it.
Even Deion didn't do it his whole career.
Sure.
Deion became a spot receiver. And didn't even do it that often whenever you were like, oh, he's going to be out there next to Michael Irvin. And he was like, I play some snaps. But if you're that good on the defensive side of the ball, which I think he is that good, Put him out there and be a lockdown defense, man.
Alec, do you think it's a mistake, at least for the time being, for him to continue to do both?
I'm on the fence. I'm going to go overreaction, though. I think you keep trying it because I don't think that had any part in him getting injured. I don't.
No?
I really don't. I think those things just happen. I think it was just unfortunate timing, and it is going to cause the discourse of that, right? It's just like Jackson Dart and the concussions. It's like, should he stop running? Is his career only going to be 3 years long? And it's like, well, yeah, it's unfortunate that on running plays he got concussions, but...
Ooh, that is fascinating. I might agree with you more on Hunter than I do on that part.
And I would tend to lean towards that opposite side of the argument for Jackson Dart, but there's going to be the people that would say, well, he could get a concussion standing in the pocket taking a sack too. So I think it's just unfortunate for Travis Hunter's part. I would keep trying it until history says not to, which would mean more soft tissue injuries, more ligament injuries come into play. Then I'm like, okay, he's not playing next to a power plant like George Kittle and the 49ers. This is obviously him playing both ways.
All right, can I ask you one more?
I dare you.
Oh.
I too dare you.
NFL overreaction or reality? It was a mistake for Ty Simpson to stay in the NFL draft. Now, this saga has been really interesting because he's going to go to the NFL draft and then, you know what? Maybe not because Miami offered him $6.5 million. Now, forget that. I'm not taking it. I'm good. I'm sticking in the draft. Ty Simpson was a backup who could not really get on the field at Alabama for 3 years. He was really good this year, but you got one whole year of Ty Simpson. Overreaction or reality? It is a mistake for Ty Simpson to stay in the NFL draft.
What's the slot for where? Let's say he's a second round pick.
Yeah, then I definitely think it's a mistake.
First round pick. Was he getting paid?
Probably like $20 million, give or take.
What's wrong with that?
Well, so I hear you for sure. But I wonder...
Take the $6.5 million this year.
And see, you already start to chip away at that. And now you're like, okay, would I really, over the span of my career, or my first contract, only make, let's say, $13, $14 million more? What if all of a sudden I was able to move into the top 5? Mm-hmm. Because that doesn't seem like where he would be now. But I'm just curious.
The risk also is injury and how that can affect things, too.
For sure.
He's already here. Stick with it, man.
Okay.
I did see those numbers, though, because all these other teams were like, we had an offer, too. And again, dude, if you want to go to college and enjoy the college experience and be king of campus and everybody loves you and the pressure is actually a lot different.
Yes.
And Kevin, you know what Trent Richardson told us? I know you're like, hold on, what are you talking about, Trent Richardson? What he told me and fake Kevin was, he said, whenever we were at Alabama, everybody told you where to go, where to be, what time to do it. Somebody would come pick you up and take you there. When I got to the NFL, I didn't know how to be my own person.
Yeah.
And he said, when I got to the NFL, it was all on me. Everything's spoon-fed to you in college. Enjoy that experience. But if you're going to go ahead and get $20 million, enjoy that too.
Alec, overreaction or reality, Ty Simpson should not have stayed in the NFL draft. Although I guess theoretically he could still change his mind.
Yeah, I would go reality just from a dollars and cents point, but I do have, like, from a human element, I do have a sense of respect for him being like, I've been dreaming all my life of going to the NFL.
It's tough to argue against.
Yeah, and something tells me, especially when that amount of money is at play, that the agent probably got tipped off by at least one team that, yeah, you're going to be a first rounder, buddy. Like, go ahead and do it. Because at that point, you're just dumb to turn down that money. He has to have gotten some sort of signal, because I don't think he's going to get the Quinn Ewers slide, where it's like, dude, what are you doing? You got an offer from this school to get $1 bazillion and you're going to be, a day 3 pick? What are you doing?
And it feels like a lot of people have slotted him as the number 3 quarterback in this draft. And if this draft plays out the way so many others, does that mean he's going to be a top 10 pick? Because if that's the case, now we're looking at a minimum of $26 million total on your contract.
Yeah,
so
this might be a smart thing for him, and especially because it is a weaker quarterback class. So maybe the desire of the position outweighs the talent here, and he gets taken a lot higher than we expect.
I think the other thing that we take for granted here is they're getting a great education for what their future might be. Some of these guys, Kevin, they don't go on to have great football careers.
I do think you should take advantage of that.
What is their fallback, all right? If your fallback's underwater basket weaving, do it. Get the expertise in it while somebody else is willing to pay for that schooling.
Right. Look, if he was at Vanderbilt, which is the Harvard of the South, then I might feel that way. I've only heard that from people who have committed to Vanderbilt. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Can you go ahead, Alec, and give me cut number 1, please? Because we're going to fire up some My Buddy's an Idiot.
Gudis keeps the flow going. Granlund, Kreider, he scores! Chris Kreider joins the fun, and Anaheim breaks the ice.
This pains me to say, but are the Stars, and My Buddy's an Idiot, they have lost 8 of their last 10 games, and perhaps this is the scariest part. The Stars' second and third players with the most hits this season are at 73 and 72 hits. Magazine. They have played 46 and 43 games. Number 1 on the list is still Liam Bichel with 85. He has played in 26 games. So
that's it, dude.
The person who has far and away the most hits on the Stars has played about 20 fewer games than number 2 and number 3.
Now, granted, when he gets on the ice, that might be his sole job.
Yes, smash somebody and be tall.
Now, he does other things too, but that's not a great thing. And I'm not saying here's what I am saying. People aren't scared. Sometimes you have to put the fear in the opponent that it might happen. And when he's out there now, the Stars were able to rely on their skill and their technique and Glenn Gullitson's brilliance for a while when Bichel got hurt, right?
Yeah.
And then you start to see teams going, hey, we can take advantage of this. And so they're finding pockets that they wouldn't quite find whenever Bichel's on the ice. And we need him back. Love to get him soon and healthy and have him healthy for the rest of his time here. But you're right, this team does need to get on the players that can do that also, that can provide a little bit of fear. Because, Kevin, it's like if I know for a hitter, you're never going to throw inside on me, I have no fear of standing over the plate.
Yeah.
If I know that you're not going to put a hit on me, I have no fear of getting into that corner or standing in front of a net. So that's where this is. Yes, the Stars got to figure out a way to have a little more toughness on the defensive part of their team. And for those guys finishing their checks up front.
Is the AFC North in general an idiot? Do you realize that the only coach who's kept their employment is Zach Taylor? The coach that I definitely feel like I thought was going to get fired. But Harbaugh, fired. Stefanski, fired. Tomlin, stepping down. So only one of their 4 coaches kept his job, and he very well could have gotten fired as well.
Yeah, and I probably would have fired him for making the announcement that he's bringing back his entire coaching staff. I'd be like, you're a dummy.
Yeah.
No, we kept you because we like you. You're a good offense. Granted, he's a good offensive mind. Very good. And he's got very good talent to work with on that side of the ball. But the fact that he's like, I'm keeping the defense that stunk for the last 2.5 years, not smart. So I would have fired him once he made that announcement.
Am I an idiot for not ever doing a segment of just overreaction or reality, because having nothing to do with the NFL? Because this question came in. Overreaction or reality? Spoon food is better than fork food. And I just love that question so much. What do you say, Corey? Spoon food is better than fork food.
I am forking a steak. All right? I'm never spooning a steak.
You're never forking ice cream.
That's true. I don't think ice cream's as good as steak.
See, and that's the brilliance of that question.
And I don't think soup is as good as steak.
You know what I thought it said at first, though? Was spoon fork is better than fork fork. And I was like, man, that spoon fork is good. Kind of a multi-tool.
It's the same thing. Oh, fork is regular.
Spoon fork is not the same as a fork.
So the spork. It's a spork is what it's called.
Yeah.
Or
a spoon.
Man, the other thing, too, I got to think about, like, is there a spoon food I like more? Cereal's good.
Oh, yeah, you can't cereal it up with a fork.
I have eaten oatmeal with a fork before because I had no other option. It's not like I'm suggesting eating oatmeal with a fork.
Of course you did. Your hand is a spoon.
Nope.
What God intended.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, why do you think we developed the spoon? Because we're like, the hand is too big.
Yeah.
If I get a miniaturized version of that, I'd hit up Sean or get a spoon.
So you think I'm willing, you guys think I'm willing to have all that oatmeal stuck to my fingers, my finger spoon?
I didn't say it was the best system.
You just said it's an option. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, this one, look, this has me bewildered.
Okay.
And I appreciate it. I'm going to have to get a knife and cut through this
all right. We'll have to figure this out another day. All right. The Steelers, probably the Raiders too. Are the Steelers idiots? We've talked about it. They have 7 straight playoff losses, longest in franchise history, tied for the longest losing streak in NFL playoff history. After the game... Oh, this is tough. After the game, TJ Watt was asked about like changes being made and how the Steelers can turn it around. And he said, quote, "I haven't had the answer for a long time, so don't ask me." Damn.
Dang.
Have they broken his spirit?
Who was the coach? Was it John Harbaugh or Jim that had the it was Jim, right? Who was like, "Hey, I got answers to everything except for this offensive coordinator situation." I don't know about that
he was
yet.
like, he was like, "I don't know if I have the answer for you right now." Which, if you're the other coach, you're like, "Ooh,
yeah,
that's not good."
And then he got fired.
He did.
So he had an answer. He just didn't want to tell everybody.
And then from the 817, anything you can eat with a fork, you can eat with a spoon.
No.
No?
Yeah.
Oh, that feels like big advantage spoon right there.
But it didn't mean I like it more. I agree with the person that said we need to just go ahead and eat with chopsticks. Chopsticks are fantastic.
No.
Yeah.
Except for I can't eat soup with chopsticks, which I'm okay with because soup's not that good.
Or cereal.
Soup's kind of overrated.
Oh, do you think cereal and ice cream are overrated?
I don't know how often I eat cereal, honestly. Whenever I do have a nice bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch or Cinnamon Chex, I'm very happy about that. Ice cream, dude, I'll be honest.
Oh, are you coming around to my opinion?
I might just hand an ice cream scoop.
Oh.
I'm okay with that.
Fascinating.
You know what? Put ice cream on a stick and I'll eat it as a popsicle. I'm perfectly all right with that.
Oh, Corey from the 469. Why do they say you were born with a silver spoon and not a silver fork?
I don't know. I wasn't there when they made up that thing.
That is a great
Nobody
point.
was around whenever that saying was created.
What do you mean? Who created the saying then? Somebody.
Mm-hmm, but nobody is alive still.
No, but if somebody came up with it and they said it about some other person. So there's at least 2 people.
That person's probably dead too.
Adam didn't go, "Yeah, I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth."
But he's dead now.
That's
allegedly.
What does that mean?
What if he's still among us?
No, he's dead.
But he's still in our DNA, right? Because we're all...
Hey, if we can't figure out the spoon and fork question, what in the world makes you think we could figure out a DNA question on this show? We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more with Mr. Wizard as it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Who would be the one that would sell you your dream job?
Is that called a big and small fork?
Next on The Fan.
the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. And, gentlemen, right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Appreciate it, buddy. This wasn't part of the plan until during the break.
Oh.
And no, this has nothing to do with a spoon or knife or scissors or anything like that, all right?
Oh, man, a lot of scissor talk in the break.
You use them to cut things like wrapping paper.
Yeah.
Alec, what are you doing? Stephen A. Smith, who I frequently don't care about anything that he says, but I do find this an interesting conversation. He said there is a lot of people inside the agent industry and in the NBA who believe Rich Paul nor any agent has any business doing a podcast. Now, I think hosting your own podcast is something. I think being a guest on a podcast is something as well. We've had agents that we've talked to before on air, and we don't go into particulars a lot of times with some of their stuff. Now, obviously, there's agents out there that are like, I have a thing to say. Media, come to me. It's time for me to tell you my diatribe about my client or the way that the NFL is screwing over or the Major League Baseball is screwing over players and all those things. But I don't actively go out and find current agents' podcasts to listen to. Rich Paul has a lot of power in the NBA. So much so that he told Shams to shut it down. It feels like, right?
Yeah.
Didn't it feel like, hey, we're going to get a second opinion.
Yeah.
Will you shut it down just a little bit? Anthony, I need you to go on your Twitter. And I know you haven't posted since July, but I need you to go on there and tell people to stop believing this fake ass.
And, I mean, it worked. And I guess he was right.
I guess so. So he's saying they don't need to have it. Well, Clarence Hill said this is an extension of the Micah Parsons conversation in Dallas. Should active players have podcasts? And then Calvin Watkins says, a team owner I know does interviews twice a week. What's the big deal? And it's not like that interview twice a week is nationally listened to.
It's everywhere. Everybody talks about it.
Newey Scruggs was the person that made me understand that more than anything. He sat down and he was like, every time y'all have Jerry Jones on, you're not doing a local DFW interview.
Right.
You're doing an interview for the whole country.
Yes.
And I knew that after Are You Embarrassed? Because I saw the effect that it had.
Oh, yeah.
But that's an interesting point, is Jerry Jones does something very different. I've talked to lots of program directors across the country who have said, you have something that we don't get. We would never have access to. And Jerry, now that being said, he's come on, Steven's come on, and many times we'll ask a question and they'll say, well, we can't get into the particulars on that.
Sure.
We can't, obviously we can't talk about a player on another team, but here's what we wish for that. And we get messages sent out. But Rich Paul's an agent. Why shouldn't he have podcasts? What's the harm?
Because it interferes. My answer is nothing. But for Stephen A. Smith's perspective, don't you think the answer is because it interferes with my share of the market and my direct information I can give out to people? Right? It's competition.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it.
Don't
you think?
Rob Pelinka probably thinks the same thing too, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
I can't, hold on, I got to get my side of the story out now.
Sure.
And he can go to the media anytime.
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel like agents have always had to work in the shadows?
A little bit.
And leak information while owners were always like, they get the press at their beck and call.
Yes.
Agents have always kind of had to, hey, I'm going to send you this information, don't tell anybody, because it's going to affect my ability to get a conversation with that owner.
Yeah, and like for Stephen A. Smith, I just view it from the perspective of, well, I talked to the agent or I talked to this player, whereas the agent can be like, I am the person he's talking about. Here's what's going on.
Yeah.
And like that could theoretically undercut you and your audience.
It does kind of also go to, we've been discussing this for years. why doesn't Jerry Jones just create the Cowboys network and play the games on his own broadcast? And he knows he gets a ton of money from all the networks, and they've created competition to raise that money.
Yeah,
like he can go out and people are going to show up for the Cowboys, but are they showing up for the Bengals? That's a different thing. And he's like, I got to get back to the NFL, the little people of the NFL every once in a while. So that's all. But this is, once you have the place to create all the information, you can tell the story you want.
Yes.
And I think that's why a lot of people wouldn't want that. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I do too. And plus, like most sources of news nowadays, you have to take the information and make your own determination about the validity of it if it's only coming from one source. Because Rich Paul's got an angle. We all do.
Oh, absolutely. I am concerned, too, about, I guess one thing would be, I have a player that left me, and now I'm just going to trash that player with all the behind this. That would be a bad look for an agent, I think.
I agree.
Like, that would really affect them in the future with certain clients, but we've seen worse things happen.
Oh, absolutely. I'm with you on that.
So I just thought that was an interesting thing. Plus, again, during football season, Jerry on twice a week, once with K&C Masterpiece on Fridays, Stephen Jones on Mondays.
All right, I'll tune in.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right, guys. I got a new computer here.
Is this going to be more about the touch screen?
Oh, can I just touch the link?
Oh, my gosh.
The Giants have gotten Tom Coughlin to help reach out to Harbaugh.
Oh.
To ask him to join the Giants.
Oh.
And I think that there's a ton of respect between Harbaugh and Tom Coughlin. Tom Coughlin, two-time Super Bowl champion. He has hoisted that trophy in New York, and he knows all the great things that come along with it. And Mara told The Athletic that he met Harbaugh for lunch, had the informal, and people on both sides say Harbaugh remains very interested, but hey, we got to push this over the top. Let's get Tom Coughlin in here. He knows what it's like.
Okay.
Kevin, you're interviewing for your dream job.
Yep.
What's your dream job?
I really like this.
Okay.
Dallas
Cowboys.
Yeah, that would be awesome too.
All right, you get to be the cap manager.
I want to do that.
Alec, I'm definitely going to come to you here in just a moment, so start thinking of your dream job. You get to be the cap manager for the Dallas Cowboys. Who is it? Is it the ghost of Tom Landry? Kevin, come be the cap manager. Or is there somebody else out there that you think would absolutely close the deal for you to get the job you wanted?
It would definitely not be the ghost of Tom Landry.
Lies. I agree. I think he's right. I think the ghost of Tom Landry might scare you, and you'd be like, "Crap, I have to do it." But would Jerry walking in being like, "Kevin, I've heard you talk about this on radio for years." Would it be Jimmy Johnson?
See, I think it would be Jerry, because I would have a question and be like, hey, I'm not a yes man. Is that going to work for you? I have lots of thoughts and opinions that might piss you off. And I'll play interview clips and be like, oh, yeah.
You know what? I think he'll say, Kevin, just like I told you in that one interview.
Man, if he remembered that, I'd be like,
I appreciate your
right.
opinion, and I will jot it down on this little notepad where I just scribble stuff. Because he does that. A lot of times he just scribbles things, which I see a lot of people do that, by the way.
And that's one of the many reasons I hate when people are like, oh, you guys are the Cowboys pocket. Well, hey, guess what, dumbass? Do you think if that was the case, we would be asking the questions that we do and getting yelled at and getting hung up on and getting sworn at? No. Secondly, I would drive even more cars from Platinum Chevrolet. I'd go buy more. I'd be like, I got all of the Cowboys money.
Every single car from Platinum Chevy. Dude, by the way, go check out some more Platinum Chevy right now.
Do it.
While you're listening, Platinum Chevy it up.
Man, if you could drive in your new Platinum Chevrolet to Rhino Shield and being careful that if something happened, you would call the Frankels, and if you were worried about the money, you would get the book from MoneyWorks, and then you could invest the money you got to buy Best Buy windows, or you could spend some of it making plays on Underdog or shaping up with Souza. That'd be great.
And then take it to the next level with men's tee. Yeah,
exactly.
Dude, this is Kevin. I think you're dead on about that. This is a new year, new you. Do all those things that Kevin just suggested.
Oh man, the White House press secretary, that would be awesome too. Because I wouldn't give vague answers, but if I thought the question was aggressive, I might give an aggressive answer.
From Texas Size Rips on the Twitch. Kevy wants to be, I don't know why he said Kevy, wants to be a Speaker of the House like Kevin Spacey in House of Cards.
Oh, man. See, because that's where you see where the real power is, right? Mm-hmm. Either that or be a faux vice president where I'm the de facto president. Like, that's what we've talked about. My wife could get elected president, and she was like, you could just run things. I could not, because I am kind of abrasive sometimes.
And then you bring in your security guard, and you'd be like, hey, come in here. My wife and I need to talk to you.
Yeah. Check out House of Cards. It gets weird on you, man.
It gets real weird
Both
on
the
you.
British version and the U.S. version kind of follow that path.
There is a freak athlete alert, by the way. There is a 6'5", 230-pound defensive lineman who runs a 10.55 100-meter dash.
Wow.
From D3 Hope College. Out there, Kevin. Let's keep an eye on this guy, see if Woolchuck and them have watched him play yet.
Who dropped the ball on watching that person and being like, hey, let's take your God-given ability and see what we can do with it?
And I think word is, I need to find, he had 21 tackles for loss and 15 sacks. So,
well, there you go.
But it's D3, you know what I mean?
Okay, but like you would think, all right, you're in D3. You got the production. You are freaky fast for your size. You would think a whole bunch of schools would be like, come on down.
Hey, Alec, how fast is a 10.55 100-meter?
For that size, that is ridiculously fast.
Yeah.
Like, that is not human.
You could lose in an early Olympic qualifier with that time.
Is he going into the portal then? Is that what's going to happen here?
I would
that dude's to be.
Or next year, he might have 25 sacks.
And then I think that's all I got time for, Kevin. But we'll get to maybe tomorrow. The number one paid app in China is called Are You Dead? We'll get to it tomorrow.
No, I'm not.
I want to know more about it now because I want to see if we have a lawsuit on our hands.
I want to know if my internet works.
Not only have we done Are You Better, we have made several insinuations about Are You Deader along the way. So we might have actionable information right there.
Guess what? Kevin has won in most instances where you've asked, Are you deader? Because he's like, still alive. Check.
Yeah. In your face, Socrates.
Yes, you can Tolo go in a Platinum Chevy vehicle that you buy. I would not suggest Tolo going in the test drive process.
Yeah, or else you better buy that car. Because if you faked it just to get that video going, not cool. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the It's Definitely Not Tuesday tailgate. Lots of transfers, a new playoff system, and should the season be over by January 1st? Next on The Fan.
Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And now 5 wide receivers on 3rd down and 5 for Mendoza. To the end zone, wide open receiver and a touchdown. E.J. Williams.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. It's time for the It's Definitely Not Tuesday tailgate. Let's talk some college football. And you know what? We might just do it again tomorrow. Let's try to catch up with a lot of the movings and shakings that have been happening in the transfer portal. On Tuesday, the Buckeyes saw their tight end, Max Clare, or Clare if you're fancy, decide to leave school early and head for the 2026 NFL draft. And 2 portal defenders in Rusaw and Smith are leaving Alabama for Ohio State. I know there were some people that were worried about some players either going to the draft or transferring out of Ohio State, but it feels like they're probably going to be okay. The bigger name that we've talked a whole lot about this year, he was on Fan University earlier in the season. Texas Tech star linebacker Jacob Rodriguez officially declared for the NFL draft. Part of the Red Raiders team that won the Big 12, went to the college football playoff, probably should have been a Heisman Trophy finalist. Corey, are you excited about the pro prospects of Jacob Rodriguez?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am. I just watching him a couple times. I liked what I saw as far as his instincts. Knew where to be physically. He could handle the blocks, shed those the way that I thought he needed to. He's a playmaker too, man. Like that's the thing that I think excites people now. Nose for the ball, the film you watch, those things prepare you. Listening to Isner this morning talk to Shan and RJ. You like him, right?
Yes, I do.
You love tennis more than anything.
I do really.
Or more than anybody else. He was talking about Rafa and your guy, Federer. And he was like, Federer was this guy where his work that he put in all week, just by the time he got to the court, he was relaxed. He was just fine because it was easier to play against an opponent than it was what he did working on it all week. And Rafa hit the ball so hard all week long that that's what he was going to be doing whenever he got back out on the court. He was hitting the ball that hard too because he practiced that way. The quote of your practice, what you are in pressure situations exposes you to how you worked leading up to it. I think that's what you get with Jacob Rodriguez, is a guy that's prepared for it. Comes from a football coach too at Texas Tech that knows football.
And a lot of people will look at the potential, the athleticism, the measurables for other players. If you want to look at Rodriguez and what did he do on the field, he had 128 tackles, 11 tackles for loss this season, a sack, 4 interceptions, and a nation-leading 7 forced fumbles.
Jeez, man. That is playmaking ability. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. So he is headed to the draft. Let's talk about some of the changes or commitments through the portal. I know Shan RJ were talking about this, I believe, yesterday morning, but in case you missed the news, go ahead and give me cut number 10, because this gentleman has gone from Auburn to the University of Texas.
6 seconds remaining. Deuce Knight looking to go quickly. Fires it to the end zone. Trying to go back shoulder. How about a touchdown for Cam Coleman?
Now, it's been a big several days for the Longhorns, as not only did they pick up Cam Coleman, the number 1 wide receiver in the transfer portal market, the number 1 running back, Hollywood Smothers, if you remember, I brought him up last week. He had committed to Alabama, but
brother of
then,
Colby.
I don't know that to be the case,
Kobe
but
Smothers?
I don't know if it's not the case.
Right.
But instead, he switched it, and now he is going to Texas as well. And if you're just looking for some offensive boost right there, Coleman and Smothers is a hell of a combination to go into Austin.
Do you think that they are going to Austin to play with Arch? Or are they going to Austin to play for UT?
Yeah, I think it's probably both.
Okay. I mean, those can go hand in hand for sure.
I think it's probably both.
I I've felt for a long time that Texas just kind of lacked that receiver that you're like, that dude, that's a one guy that you can't cover.
Yeah.
And I watched this kid play against OU this year and was just like, what the hell is happening? And that's when Carter Freeman, who I said I'd never say his name on radio again, but here we are. I hope he texts me.
I dumped it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But he was like, look, man, this is an All-American. He's a stud. Like, he is going to make you look this bad. And so then we saw he was visiting Texas, and we both were like, oh, you better get on the phone right now and just make sure that dude does not end up there, because it's going to be brutal. This is a great dude, he is so much fun to watch. I'm going to have fun watching UT because of this year.
Yeah.
And then to see another commit like Hollywood, even better. They've never had... Have they ever really had problems recruiting? It doesn't feel like
that.
I
think the issue has been underperforming from some of the key skill players they've got over the years. But Coleman and Ryan Wingo together, that's a heck of a receiving duo. That is a heck of a receiving duo right there. All right, for Ole Miss, there are still some things in flux as Trinidad Chambliss's 6-year waiver was rejected by the NFL, but then his attorney filed an injunction to stop that and hopefully open up the appeals process. In the meantime,
you asked that the other day. You were like, you think an appeal is going to be on the way? And I was like, man, it should be.
It is on the way. We'll see how that works out for him. But in the meantime,
who's he appealing to?
Well, it'll probably go through mediation and the NCAA,
who already said no.
Yeah, so it's much like it's the same thing like what's kind of happening with Gruden and with Flores is they want an outside, like not necessarily a trial, but an outside decision and mediator as opposed to going through the system process that already rejected you.
It's like whenever your kids are upset about something and they say, call grandma. The other thing is, though, I'm sorry, I know you have stuff you want to get to, but Kevin,
I just want to say they picked up Deuce Knight, who's a former 5-star quarterback, and so if it doesn't work out for Chambliss, which that would be my guess,
they got a good replacement
opportunity there.
You pointed out, though, and I can't remember if this was on air or off, like, wouldn't it seem like the NCAA would want these players to stick around a little bit?
Yeah, that is a confusing thing for me because you have all these fans complaining, and it feels like the NCAA is like, well, we're trying to control it, but like all these players want to go to the portal or go to the NFL. Here you have Chambliss, who certainly one of the stories of the college football playoff.
And performed like it, too.
And in 2 games where the stakes were high and it was close, he was remarkable. And here he is saying, I would like to come back for that school.
It would be the poster child of why you want to come back to college.
And I'm sure the NCAA is going to say, well, we can't give you that 6 year of eligibility because now all these other players are going to want to stay and blibbity blabbity. By the way, while that's happening, it's really funny because you can't let players stay in college football for too long. Did you know that college football, their coaches union, they voted unanimously to expand a redshirt year from 4 games to 9 games?
How does that? Can you explain how that affects things?
So you know how you could get a red shirt if you didn't really play. Right. Now they're like, oh yeah, no, you can still red shirt if you played 2/3 of the season.
No, I don't like that at all.
Yeah, well, but guess what?
Yeah, 4 games is a lot already.
But guess who unanimously approved it?
Coaches.
The coaches.
Well, that makes sense. They want players.
Okay, well, meanwhile, one of the players who desperately wants to stay in college football, and it feels like he could be a big selling point for you. Maybe college football is like, I'll be fine. We don't need selling points. Is being denied that opportunity for now. And again, I don't think he's going to win his appeal, but we'll see.
Good for him.
Maybe. Well, I mean, look, I guess if he loses, he goes to the NFL and gets drafted and makes millions of dollars. So it feels like it'll probably...
If he wins...
Then he'll stay in college and make millions of dollars. So either way...
His life's going to be fine.
Congratulations, Mr. Chambliss. You are going to be a millionaire.
You think he ever goes to volleyball tournaments and roots for her?
Who?
Chambliss's girlfriend.
I don't know.
She's a volleyball player.
I did not know that.
And I wonder.
Probably
I
then.
wonder if he's like, you know what? I can't wait to go to this volleyball game.
Yeah.
Or if he's just like, nah, I can't show up to that.
No, I bet he's fired up about it.
Right.
We could.
If Jess had a volleyball game, are you there?
Sure.
You cheering the loudest?
No.
Why?
Because I feel like I will sit there and I will give thoughts after the match, and I will support them at the appropriate time.
You think Jess is out there cutthroat trying to really win that match?
Yeah, look, I'm not holding up a sign that says, we want a pancake. We want a pancake. Like, I'm not.
You're taking notes.
Yeah, that's not me.
Yeah.
And that's just, I'm not going to hold up the defense sign. I mean, I probably would, but I'm not making the defense
Are you
sign.
holding up the fence or the D?
Either way. You're welcome. All right, now let's talk about the college football playoff. So the deadline for a new format is January 23rd, so it's a week from Friday. So it's really interesting is while we're gearing up for the national championship game on Monday, how long is that going to last before people are focused on what's the new format?
Yeah.
So the Big Ten wants a 24-team college football playoff, which I hate. The SEC supposedly is willing to have a conversation with them because all other conferences are irrelevant. All right?
Yeah.
The SEC and the Big Ten are going to decide what happens, and you're going to go along with it or else. And so supposedly the Big Ten is talking with the SEC about an intermediate, maybe only a one-year, 16-team playoff. What would you think about the future of a 24-team playoff? That means every team to win the national championship would have to play at least 4 games. Some would have to play 5 more games.
That's more colleges that get more money.
Yep.
More programs that get out more opportunities. Now, here's what I don't want to happen. Half of them are Big Ten, half of them are SEC, and we're good to go. Like,
that's part of the reason.
That's what they're pushing for.
Yeah.
The reason that
Absolutely.
they're saying this is because they want more of their teams in. If you're going to do something like that, I would like to see more opportunities for the UNTs, for the Tulanes. They might get crushed. Let's give them 4 teams out of that. Let's give them 6. And then, because that's good for their programs, it's good for the entire thing across the board. If you have more schools that get that extra money, they can take that money, put it into their into their fund for the next year, and then try and build a real program that can compete with you down the road.
Now, this is interesting. Dante Moore has announced that he's staying in school. Is he going back to Oregon for sure, or is he just staying in school for his redshirt junior season? Breer says he's staying in school for his redshirt junior season. Here's the only reason
Schefter said he's returning to school.
Yeah, okay.
But it didn't say Oregon, it just says to school.
And the only reason is you would think Oregon would be like, well, you were already our starter and you were really, really good, so we'll keep you in place. But the thing that I was curious about, and we talked about this maybe on Monday with Dylan Raiola transferring over to Oregon, I guess I kind of assumed that some semblance of discussions had taken place where Raiola was assured that he was going to be the starter, or else why wouldn't he transfer to any number of different places? And let's just face it, with the portal and with college football the way it is now, do you really think Dylan Raiola, who has his own dreams of being a first-round pick that seem more realistically possible, and then Dante Moore, who a lot of people thought was QB number 2 going into this draft, are going to be on the same team at the same time? By the way, let me rescind my Ty Simpson opinion from earlier, because I said a lot of people thought he was QB3 in the draft. Well, if Dante Moore is not going to be in the draft, does that make Ty Simpson the de facto QB2 in this draft?
Man, this is... So the Dante Moore thing in Raiola, that is part of this system.
Sure.
The recruiting system. You can't wait for your quarterback. You have to hope that you have thoughts from him But in that case, you have to make that move quickly. So, of course, Oregon would make that move, and as soon as he, expresses interest, all right, let's do it. Let's come on.
Yeah.
And then you can't wait on more because you don't know what's going to happen. You could have lost this other kid. This is a fascinating part of this system, Kevin. This is why we need to now initiate the trade portal. All right, so now that you have two quarterbacks like this,
oh my gosh, I'm so in on that.
and you want a different player you weren't able to get, but you got a prime quarterback that you can send to somebody, but you want that defensive end from another school.
Man, this
trade portal.
This is wild. Now I really want to see how this is going to play out. I get how Oregon would be like, no, you should both stay here. But I could see how Raiola and Moore are like, what the crap? Moore's like, you told me I would have my... But the thing about Moore that I'm interested in is he knew Raiola was transferring there now that he's made this agreement. Raiola didn't know that Moore was going to be back in school when he did that. So I wonder if they're both going to stay there at Oregon. Like I said, you could do that, but that just doesn't feel like the current culture of college football whatsoever.
Yeah, and well, that being said, Kevin, think about this. You want to go to Oregon because you're going to get so many different jerseys.
I mean,
and then you can donate those to charities or charity sales.
I don't know if that is a defining factor for some of these players, but that's a good question.
You go to Bama, you just get that one ugly maroon one,
Shut up. I love that color. We'll talk more probably about college football tomorrow because I really do want to talk more about this playoff because I think 16 is where they should max it out, but that does not appear to be the direction that they're going to go. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the GBAG Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I want you to all hope and pray with me that we are not going to continue the conversation that we had off air for this crosstalk. By the way, Ranger Suarez signed with the Red Sox, 5 years, $130 million. I believe that was about $130 million more than the Rangers would have been willing to pay to bring on somebody named Ranger. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the GBAG Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I'm doing fantastic because I saw this article that gives, I think, hope for people across the world. Did you know about the 1-point slam championship?
No.
All right. So this was a tennis event where pros, amateurs, they play 1 point, and whoever wins that point moves on. So
Pros versus Joes tennis edition?
Yeah, kind of. Now, this dude is an amateur. He beat Jannik Sinner. So, like, one of the at least top 2 players in the world. He made it to the finals, and he played the 117th ranked woman in all of tennis. She hit the ball out of bounds, and
as one does.
Yes, and he won $670,000.
Wow. Whoa. That's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
Show me the money.
So it's all for a bag?
Yeah, so I think it gives us hope that could you win that one play against, probably
Can you
not.
return
No,
a serve?
I couldn't even.
Can you?
Oh, yeah.
Can you return
No,
the serve? You have no chance. That thing is hitting the middle of the racket.
Oh,
it might
for sure.
get blown out of your hand, you know.
How fast of a serve do you think you could hit? Like hit back, not serve yourself. But like
just
they
be
might
able to
crank it up
return
to
it.
130 miles per hour. No chance.
Like inbounds?
Yeah. 70?
Yeah,
99.
I was thinking you
man.
60 or 70.
Okay.
Is this coming right at me, or do I have to move for it?
Oh, you have to move minimally. Maybe a step here or there.
52.
I'm going about 3 steps up into the stands to maybe get the ball.
Okay.
Yeah.
You get racket on it is
Pick it up
different than.
Well, no,
Just returning
I'm
it.
going to back that thing up as far as I can go.
You are on this back thing up stuff.
Back up that.
what
Yeah.
was it that you just
Let's
said,
avoid
though?
that
This back thing
conversation.
up.
You gotta back
Would you
thing
try
up
to psych
stuff.
them out by moving
Juvenile.
off the court? And you're like, that's
Delinquents.
right. I'm standing right here.
Yeah, I'm gonna
What do
play
you-
right up here in this kitchen.
All right.
Pickleball kitchen.
I like it.
I'd be willing to try anything at that point, but that's dangerous against a pro. I think it's much more likely you would get hurt in the torso, in the nads, in the eye. You know,
Yeah.
there's a lot of bad ways that could go on there. So I would just had a follow-up question on this tournament. So it's one tennis play for
Correct.
advancement. How do you decide who serves?
I think you
Rock, paper, scissors.
I don't know if that's the
Thumb
case.
war.
But actually, let's go with that. Actually, that's a great question. What would you choose? Rock, paper, scissors, flip a coin, thumb war? What would be what you would choose to make the decision about who gets to serve?
Rock, paper, scissors, best out of 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
I kind of feel like if you were the bummier of the player,
Yeah.
the bummy player gets to serve first.
How do you decide?
If, okay,
Well, he's
well,
going up
You
against
against
pros.
Jannik Sinner, I
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
It's
Well, I
me.
mean,
Who's going to tell me I'm not as good as Jannik Sinner? You got to believe you've lost the match anyway, guys.
True.
You got to
He's
go in
right
there with
about
the
that.
mental.
I kind of feel like
That's
if-
strength of a
It's the
champion.
first one you put into the net, though, you're going to be like, crap, maybe
Well,
I'm
you
not
know
as good
deep
as
down
him.
you're not as good and you're going to
Yeah.
lose. But you've got to go out there thinking, I got
With
the eye of the
confidence.
tiger.
Yeah, no, I get
got
it.
a soul of a warrior and a champion. I got that warrior spirit about me. That's what Tom Brady taught me all those years
Hagee,
ago.
how many participants did we have in this tournament, by the
Also,
way?
don't make out with
There
your
were,
son. 'cause
there
it'll drive you
were,
crazy.
yes, there were hundreds, including
And
like
they were all waiting around to play.
Yeah, it was like a giant tournament, so they were going off of different courts and everything.
Okay.
And then eventually they consolidated.
So that
but like,
center court.
Yeah, and like Coco Gauff, Francis Tiafoe was there. There were like lots of pros in there too.
That's
Like,
sick.
But you have one bad, it goes off the side of your racket. You have one bad swing, it goes out, and you're
Double
like,
fault.
Yeah, you're out.
No margin for error.
Exactly. And I think that's super fun.
High pressure stakes, man.
Man, exactly.
Was this televised?
It was in Australia.
Oh.
Day before, huh?
Yeah, exactly. So it's taken place many days ago now. Yeah. But yeah, I did not get a chance to see it live just after the fact.
I'm just using the opportunity to go McEnroe on it. You know, I'm going to screw something up and then just be like, screw this, throw my racket up into the stands.
Yeah, you cannot be
start yelling at the referee about stuff.
Yeah.
And tell the guy,
and then the tennis crowd whistles at you. Yeah. They don't boo you. They start whistling at you.
Is
that going to psych you out?
Yeah, that's freaking me out just thinking about it.
Like a cattle call?
I don't know. It's like vuvuzela, just constant.
Vuvuzela is incredible.
All the time.
What do you guys think about interviewing Christian Parker? And what do you for the Cowboys DC? And what do you think about the idea of an ascending coach versus a descending coach? Like, Jonathan Gannon.
Christian Parker, I'm hearing nothing but great things about.
Yes.
He sounds like a badass. I'm very excited about the potential of this. I mean, it's all the passing game coordinators. You know, that's who the Cowboys want. DBs and passing game coordinators. Obviously, the Fangio trees had to work his way up. I know you guys were talking about him. Our buddy Cody Alexander, who we had on a few days ago, said he loves him. He's a great human being. Mike Pettin, Vic Fangio, Evero are the only other coaches he's been with at the NFL level. All these guys have had success in the league. And he is the dude who deserves all the credit for Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean coming in and being awesome as rookies. Now, I think they're also just really good players.
They're good players.
Yeah.
But he totally took what was a terrible Eagles secondary and helped that end up being a strength to the football team en route to a championship. So I think this is absolutely one of the young up-and-coming coaches. When it comes to Charlie Bullen, who's another name, the Giants interim DC, he did do a good job in season with the Giants. Their defense certainly got better. But I love this. I just love the fact that the Cowboys didn't BS us. They said they wanted to cast a wide net.
Yeah.
And they certainly are casting a wide net. This seems like it is the best coaching search in terms of doing your due diligence since probably the Wade Phillips hire.
Giving Shoddy credit on that?
Yes. I'm giving Shoddy all the credit on that.
100%. The
Brian
Joneses
Flores
are like,
is
never heard of this
interviewing with
guy.
the Commanders guys. So
Yeah, I know.
Take that for
That's a weird one because today I believe he's officially free of his contract from Minnesota. So, I mean, he can go interview anywhere he wants to. It doesn't just have to be the promotion thing for the head coaching job. So if the Cowboys want to interview him, he's available to interview.
Do you think Jerry and Steven are buzzing down to Shoddy like, come on, let's go. We have vacation plans.
I think they're already.
Why don't I recognize any of these names?
Yeah, I think they're already packing. Yeah, I think that's a big deal.
I could see that.
They're already
one.
packing, and they're just like, he'll let us know at some point. And Shoddy's like, I guess I got to do this all on my own. Or McCarthy probably sat around and was like, whenever they want to, I'll hop into.
Now, that'd be a dream come true if they would just go on vacation for the next 5 years and let Will and Shoddy handle this thing. I think it could be a real upgrade.
Football guys.
Where you might pick the best person as opposed to, like you just said, I've never heard of that guy. Like, that makes me nervous that name might come in. And
you got to
like,
give him a comp. You got to give him a comp. This defensive coordinator is like this defensive coordinator.
That is
he is the next.
Yeah, give me a good name that I know. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Heggie. We're all over the Mavs Anthony Davis story with Tim Cato making an appearance at 3 o'clock.
Nice. Will you ask him if he would have not broken the news that was wrong, only to break the correct news later in the day? I think it's weird that Shams broke the news that now we believe because he was wrong the first time.
You think Shams has fallen off?
He scooped himself.
Yeah, that's weird, right? Like, why would I believe it's true this time when last time you were definitively incorrect?
I don't think he was wrong. I think he reported that the team believed he was going to have the hand surgery, and then he was like, hell no, we're not.
Oh.
Yeah.
Rich Paul was like, that contract that I wanted with the
Get me the hell out of here.
Yeah, we don't need operations. We're going for our next contract extension.
Yeah, we can get the operation after that.
He's
Who
lying.
in the effing universe would give him 4 years, $275?
I want that agent.
I don't know.
Yeah, if he gets it, we all should hire Rich Paul.
I'm looking for 5 more guaranteed for my client over here. He can't make it 5 minutes on the court, bro. Who are you kidding?
Roll home with the GBAG Nation. We have been the K&C Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say National Feast of the Ass Day, Kevin.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We got a good mood going here on a Wednesday, don't we? General at your service. If you see me, bear me. NA on that. Still, 10 years running. I could really use some of these nights, boy, I tell you. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, Super Bowl champion here. He got Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and 635. Fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. The man has it stuck on automatic, producing, engineering, and hosting. Of course, you got Eric Chiafalo, and you have Zach Wolchuk. You can follow us all at GBAG Nation on Twitter. Go there. Our handles are in the bio. And we'd salute you for that. Okay, so thank you so much. We do have the latest on the Cowboys DC search. They've put in the request to interview an Eagle. I mean, you must be a hell of a coach if they're going to tap into those waters. Yeah. Let me just say that right off the rib. I think it's also cool if he is an ascending, difference-making defensive mind that you take him from Philadelphia. Obviously, he's done a tremendous job working in Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell. Is that his crown achievement in the Super Bowl year? He stepped in there 2024. They win the Super Bowl. He was part of that great brain trust of coaches that got the job done there in Philadelphia. So his era is pointing up, as Jerry Jones would say.
It sure is. And as I mentioned during Cross, Cody Alexander immediately reaches out. Of course, we had him on Monday. If you want to go back and listen to that, it's a podcasted segment there, and he's awesome. Like this, it's crazy. You and I were talking off air. Like he is just plugged into every single team in the NFL. Can just regurgitate all the information. He's a film junkie, but he's really good when it comes to these defensive schemes. And he was given a lot of praise to Parker, and he's a guy that's been coaching since the age of 22. I know Jordan Schultz has talked about that. He really has worked his way up. But I do love the idea of possibly just poaching from your rival, and especially a guy that has done tremendous things helping build what was one of the worst secondaries in the league and made that into the strength for that football team. He's a guy that at safety, this is a defense that I think needs an overhaul there, and he has had a really good eye for talent at that position. And has done a good job when it comes to marrying, various schemes. I think the Fangio thing, look, if you go back and you ask Dak Prescott what's given him trouble, Vic Fangio certainly was one that did that. Dick's scheme over there is one that I think is applauded and one that I think a lot of quarterbacks would agree with Dak. Like, yeah, this dude is one of the best minds that we've seen in the NFL for decades now. So you're able to get a guy that has that, plus Evero, Mike Pettin in his resume. I think he's certainly... I like a lot of the names they're bringing in here, man. Yeah, I think they're doing an excellent job.
And you guys had that great bit going last year with Dick Fangio being in the Super Bowl. Is that still in play, you think, this year?
I don't think so, unless maybe we could find a way to wedge Dick into really any conversation if we want to.
My favorite use of what you were doing, I almost said it. But my favorite use of it was when...
Our Dick usage?
Yeah. Was when I caught myself. I'm so proud of myself, right?
You did.
I almost said what you just said.
You definitely didn't yesterday, though. And that's why you're the current G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. Got ball sacked there. The thing, I think my favorite use of it was Merrill Reese. When you did it with Philadelphia. We were interviewing Merrill pregame show, and Chief went straight in. Well, Dick Fangio, and he said it like 4 times, and Merrill then goes, Vic, one of the better corners, Vic has done a fine job being, and he kept going in.
Emphasizing
the Vic part of it, and Chief just was relentless, and he kept saying Dick.
Yeah,
he wouldn't stop.
Yeah, I think if we end up hiring this guy, then we could find a way at Radio Row to be like, hey, we got a guy from the Dick Fangio tree. What do you think about the Cowboys' new DC?
Boom, it's alive.
Easy money.
Maybe they haven't hired a guy yet, which I think would be surprising. But then we can definitely ask about that. Like, what kind of defensive coordinator would you be looking at? Whose tree is the best tree? Is Dick's tree the strongest tree out there?
Ooh, it's hard to say otherwise. Next level. Okay, this guy also retracing the Brian Broaddus steps in a couple of ways. Christian Parker, he's Eagles passing game coordinator. He's been at A&M, and he's been with the Packers. He actually entered the NFL with Green Bay as a defensive quality control coach in 2019.
Yeah.
And then he went on to Denver. Then in 2024, he went to Philly there and reunited with Vic Fangio from his time in Denver. So is this like a Vic Fangio disciple, if you will? Sounds like it might be.
Yep.
So that's pretty cool there. He's also been at Virginia State and Norfolk State. You ever been down to those parts, Brian? Scouting?
I have, and there's a lot of football players in that area. A lot of football players. Hey, Gang of Seven guy worked with this guy.
Ooh, nice.
And he goes, listen, I thought this guy knew coverages really, really well. Loved his personality, very sharp. Players loved being around him. Felt like he could have been a really, really good coach for us. This guy interviewed him a couple years ago for a defensive coordinator job. So one of my general manager buddies, I figured he'd been with him. He said, no, I wasn't with him, but I interviewed him.
Okay.
And I said, well, what'd you like about the guy? And he offered a couple of insights. Anything you want to know? I mean, I got him on the text. Is there anything you want to know about the guy? I mean, they did an interview. I mean,
is he ready for the next step?
All right, let me ask that. That's a good question.
Like, he's a play caller. Do you think that he'd be able to call defense?
Teacher? I know they're looking for that.
Yeah. Okay, let me see. Teacher, ready? Kind of thing? Ready?
Yeah.
Is that what we're asking?
All right. You think he's ready?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's huge, and that's why Shoddy emphasized it, because it is one thing as we're going through this schematic evolution on both sides of the ball to know what you need to do, but can you explain it to your players? Can you observe your players and pick out the fine details that aren't adding to the completion of the execution of what you're asking everybody to do? Can you coordinate it and synchronize it so, things are hitting in the right sequence? And that is so much different than me being able to draw it up on a chalkboard. So, and then you have to go to, can I stand up here and be patient with these guys and not lose my bleep? I think that'd be one of the hardest things to do. And one of the great talents is like the emotional IQ to not kind of get lost in it or get wrapped up and get too emotional with it. So it's a big step, but I prefer to be looking for guys who are young and unproven when it comes to schematic evolution stuff. I'm not saying like the older guys can't do it, but the young guys, it's just native to them. Like they've been learning football partially through the internet their entire lives, so Googling it or querying ChatGPT on what these guys are doing or what those guys are doing, and falling in love with the process of trying to find what you don't know. Acknowledging what you don't know is the way, I think is one of the great advantages of going with a young up-and-coming coach as opposed to a guy that might be stuck in his ways, which is what we just experienced. And we probably have experienced to some extent with Jason Garrett, Mike McCarthy, Rod Marinelli, Monty Kiffin. Like, it's been a long, long train of that. Mm-hmm. And I know Jerry was talking even as far back as probably 7 or 8 years ago when he elevated Kellen Moore. Like, he wants the new. That this isn't like something totally foreign to the Jones family. They just probably lagged behind 5 or 6 years before they lucked into, having Shoddy to at least do it for the offensive side of the ball with his hires. And now we just need to see them follow through with that on defense. And I think at that point, there's a pretty good chance you'll have the coaching components better figured out than you have in a long time. Maybe going back to like Wade Phillips, I don't know, maybe Norv Turner, when you want to go back to, do we have schemes that are putting ourselves in the best position in the context of how this game has evolved and how play calling has evolved. So I think that part's exciting. You still need good players. And as Houston is putting on a clinic right now, you don't need the schematic evolution if you can get good enough players. But in between now and then, I think it's going to be crucial to find ways to smoke and mirror your way to victory a little bit. Okay.
Well, real quick, too.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a guy that was with me at Notre Dame, and this goes all the way back. And because I knew this guy was on the Notre Dame staff. He said, I asked him, I said, hey, tell me about this guy. He says, I love his passion for the game. He's really, really smart. Great teacher is what he said. He said communication was really, really key for this guy. He said he's really patient with these guys, and when they would ask questions, he would articulate answers.
Perfect.
So, yeah, it sounds like to me that he would try to explain things in different ways so it was relatable. That's cool. That's the thing that he's saying. But this was when he was at Notre Dame. This, I think, 2017. But he was like a young coach then. You know, so he's kind of developing his game. So good for him.
A lot of good candidates out there. We'll continue to track this bad boy. What are we now, 7 deep? 7 DC candidates deep?
Yeah, when you add in Charlie Bullen as well from the Giants, who they've requested to interview.
I didn't see that report. Who had that one?
Charlie Bullen. I think Archer had that one. Several others were reporting that. I think Jordan Schultz was in on that, but he ended up being the Giants' interim head coach towards the end of this year. He was their outside linebacker coach before that. He's been in the league for 18 seasons, so Bullen's one of those guys. And I also wonder, like, could they be looking at possible staff, like position coaches, depending on whoever they do decide as a coordinator hire? Like if any of these guys end up being out of a job, like we don't know what's going to happen with the staff there in New York.
That's how you remember Jeff Sugina, the defensive line coach. Remember how he got the job? I'm probably saying something you guys don't remember, but it was they interviewed Ron Rivera for the defensive coordinator job. And Ron Rivera brought up that if he came, Jeff Sugina would be his defensive line coach. That's how Jeff got the job. Because they interviewed Rivera, didn't give him the job, but remembered that Ron Rivera said this was a guy, to take a look at.
Well, I love it. Even if you're just getting these guys in from inside the division to learn more about what makes some of those players tick and what people over there are thinking, like there's just so many advantages to the way Shoddy's going about it right now. Stars' late rally fell short. Bully Melrose, I think, made an appearance yesterday at this time and sort of brought us the riot act for doubting that the Stars would get the dub here, but the Ducks snapped a 9-game losing streak.
Just ridiculous. Just disgusting performance by the Dallas Stars. To lose that game was terrible. Don't smirk at me like you know a damn thing about the Ducks over here, Brian, okay?
All I
Your
know
negative attitude was right for a night. Congratulations. You want a sticker? I'll give you a gold star, Bri.
I kind of feel like that you were the guy championing Pittsburgh on Monday night. I feel like I've kind of got you twice.
You have not gotten me twice because I flip-flopped and went with Blake on Houston. So call me flip-flop Wooly Bully for this week.
It was a buzzer beater flip, man. It was perfectly timed.
But I do have you on Patriots Texans, and I will give you your meatball sub if indeed the Texans win.
I'm a Texans believer on defense, and I'll be happy. I'll be happy to make 4 meatball subs when if I lose this one.
Actually, should you just make yourself the meatball sub? Because whatever meatball sub I get, you probably won't be as good as the one that you make yourself.
I'll
you just let me know where you want it.
No, Wolchuk handcrafted meatball sub to Brian brought us.
Okay, I'll whip some up.
Is there a chance?
I'll get in the kitchen.
Some ragu,
is there a chance?
Some frozen meatballs.
Well, I'm not going to have to do it because the Patriots are going to win. But that I could actually make a good one?
I kind of feel like that if Chief had to do it, Mama Chiafalo would be involved.
Oh, there's no question. Yeah, I'd be phoning a friend.
I would kind of hope that Chief would take the bet, and then the Patriots just completely fall apart.
Yeah.
And then Eric goes, "Hey, Mom, I got myself in a little trouble. I need 4 meatball subs for the boys."
I might just have to dial up the mother-in-law.
There you go.
She's an outstanding cook.
There you go.
Yeah, you got to outsource this thing.
Yeah. But I don't know. It might be kind of fun to try.
Yeah, you can make it.
It wouldn't be fun to try and eat it.
I'm too damn
lazy. Eric is learning how to use YouTube for his grilling purposes. Am I right over there?
Yeah, dude. It's all up in my algorithm now. I'm officially the most amateur pit meat man that you know, and it's a lot of fun. It really is. Had a great pork butt over the weekend.
By the way, Dawson, can I say thanks to Tim in Carthage, by the way, too?
Oh, yes.
Oh, the ice maker has arrived.
We have ice.
What a legend.
Just thank you, Tim, so much for being a great teammate. Really appreciate it.
Green tea on the rocks.
On the rocks.
It is happening here, ladies and gentlemen.
It looks like I'm drinking just straight, like I'm drinking like
a beer or something.
Like Scott Golnick is what I'm having. But no, I'm really not. I'm having a good time here with my green tea.
It looks good,
with
man.
Ice.
I'm glad he's back.
Mm-hmm.
The ice green tea man, Brian Broaddus, is back. While we're doing shout-outs, man, I want to get in 60 seconds on soccer real quick here, and tell me if this story is interesting to you at all, because it made my day this morning when I woke up and got this text from this mom, former player of mine. Okay, the story is last night, Princeton High School girls up there north of McKinney, right? Mm-hmm. Hadn't won a game in 2 years. Hadn't won a game in 2 years.
Are they blaming you for the drought?
Last year, they scored 1 goal. Okay. Last night, in steps Victoria King, freshman.
All right.
Tallies a hat trick.
There we go.
Princeton wins 3-1.
Wow.
Remember like 3 or 4 years ago, I told you about this Tolo who texted me during the show, like, my daughter's a goalkeeper, and you should also look at this kid. It was her. So pretty cool.
That is awesome.
That's some Tolo scouting
there.
That's
a proud moment right there.
Hey, that's developing athletes right there. That's what that is.
Matt Eberflus is jealous.
This girl, you just got to put her on the field and point her towards the goal. She was that magical.
We need to get a piece of the Dawson coaching tree.
Right? Yeah.
That's what we need.
yeah. All righty. It is the GBAG Nation here on the Fan. We got GBAG of the Day champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Well, happy National Hot Pastrami Sandwich Day.
Wow.
I got sandwiches for you. We'll do the top 10 best regional sandwiches in the U.S. 877-881-1053. What's your regional sandwich goat? That's next in the nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey, Tolos, quick question. Have you ever tried financing a paint job? Spoiler alert, you can't.
Yeah, nobody's handing out payment plans on a bucket of beige, but you can finance Rhino Shield.
That's right. Gary Zanobi here. Our ceramic coating comes with a 25-year transferable...
your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Shoot Jazz, the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Woolchuck's Top 10 here in just a second after the GBAG of the Day champion, currently held by Broadus. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
There it is. There he is. G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the... Hold on. I don't even feel like explaining myself.
Each weekday at 5:30, Gavin, Lucius, and the guys bring you the G-Bag of the Day. The craziest audio sent in from you and all of the Tolos. That's every day at 5:30 and replayed the next day at 2:30. Yep. Driven by East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars.
I already explained for you. Our winner and champ right here. Day 1 going for 2 is a G-Bag Nation combo pack. Mr. Brian Bryce, we found out yesterday he has a little sack.
Any new names to be aware of right now? We got interviews going down with Zach Orr and Jonathan Gannon is the latest.
Yeah, I was told they're working on names. I got a little ball sack though. I asked about a guy. Do you?
What? That's random.
Thank you for sharing, Brian.
Oh, I did. I got I got fooled. What are you supposed to say?
What are you supposed to say? I got fooled. I got a little ball sack. That's what you say when you get fooled, right? I got a little ball sack.
Yeah. That's the only option you have.
That's the only option I had.
And I did say this is a combo pack. Mr. Woolchuck right here. You know, we're trying to find a new coach out here in Dallas, so we're going to do our due diligence.
You got Mara secretly meeting with him at his house, trying to just do due diligence.
Due diligence.
Due diligence.
We got to remember that. You got to use it when we say due diligence. We have to say due diligence. It's going to be hard to get in our brains, but we have to get that due diligence.
It's not easy to be that incompetent, but we will find a way.
Don't do that.
We'll find a way.
Oh yeah, we got this.
Don't do that, bro.
It's called getting your fiber where I'm from. It's not due diligence.
Yeah, due diligence.
Hey, we got the champ facing challengers every night 5:30 before we get to LA Live. Right now, here's Woolchuck in his top 10.
All right, we're going to get to the top 10 best regional sandwiches across the United States. Happy Hot Pastrami Day. Asked Coach A, Cody Alexander, about this Charlie Bullen cat, who Mike Garafolo was first on the Cowboys requesting interview from the Giants. Not super familiar, but from what he's seen and what he's researched so far, 3-4 base guy, high cover 1 guy. And he's been one of these that kind of follows the Belichick tree. So Bill Belichick is one of the coaches that he certainly looks up to and admires, and schematically you'll see some similarities there in the way that he calls defense. So I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing right now. It was a great thing historically, but I don't know how people feel about Bill as a coach. As a DC mind, I think I still feel great about him.
Yeah, I mean, if he was with Dick Fangio, that's a plus, right?
Absolutely, that is.
I mean, if anything, you can learn how Dick Fangio is able to stop Dak.
Yep.
Pick that guy's brain. How do you stop Dak? I mean, when you guys are thinking about playing Dak, how do you stop it?
What do you know, Dick?
Yeah, get up on the board and show us.
Shout out to our guy Jay from Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits. It's his wife's birthday, so happy birthday to Jamie. She's listening. Turned her into a Tolo for life. Asked her to marry her, and she said yes, or asked her to marry him.
That's right.
I should say it's not a her and a her.
Would you like to marry yourself,
Jay
honey?
And Jamie. Yeah, would you like to marry yourself?
I wouldn't blame you if you did.
I think there might be some that would. Absolutely. They love you. They love themselves. All right, let's get to sandwich talk. If you had to pick one regional sandwich that you could just have every day for the rest of your life, which sandwich are you going with?
Damn.
Chopped brisket.
God, the chopped brisket sando. I mean, you are a brisket sando guy.
Yeah.
How many you put down so far in 2026?
I don't know. It's early in 2026. I don't know if I've had one yet, Woolchuck. Might be a little bit behind schedule.
That's an upset for sure.
14 days in, no brisket sando?
And by the way, I don't think you really want the sliced brisket sandwich. You want to get all the fat and the bark mixed in, so every bite has a little bit of that.
Outside brown.
I agree.
I'm a chopped guy too.
And he gets it.
Yeah.
Give me the Cuban.
Ooh, okay.
Oh boy.
I figured you'd go with the po' boy.
Po' boy, I like it. I like it.
My next one would be, though, I'll tell you what, the regional sandwich, the Philly cheese.
It'd be the Philly cheese.
Yeah, the Philly cheesesteak would be.
And I think that you have to think about Katz Deli in New York.
See, I've never been, but I definitely want to go.
The corned beef.
Yeah.
And they pile it up for you.
Yeah.
So I would think those would be the ones I would think about.
You would rather have that than a smoked brisket sandwich?
Po' boy?
The pastrami and what you were just mentioning there?
I love the fact that you always bring in sandwiches from Pecan Lodge.
Yeah.
It's one of the best sandwiches I've ever had in my life. I think that I'm a bigger fan of the pastrami sandwich than I am the brisket sandwich.
Wow. I got to have me one of these sandwiches.
I got to get give me the hot pastrami, some nice Jewish rye bread, Russian dressing.
Yeah.
Maybe add a little coleslaw on there. Now we're talking, boys.
Because the
Just
brisket
completely
sando,
turned Dawson off is what we did.
Brisket sando is hard to beat.
It is.
Well, the Russian dressing and some things. I mean, I'm sure I could dress it up my way, but I mean that's a screaming endorsement. I want to get these flown in.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
I'll tell you
Cindy's
another
Deli
one.
right down the street.
I'll tell you another
They
one.
might do a good one. We could try it out.
Yeah. I'll tell you another sandwich that it's highly expensive, but it's really good, and I could probably eat one every day. The lobster roll.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's strong.
I could with the right bread, the lobster, the sweetness of the lobster and all, man, crazy.
So they opened up this place called Angie's in Plano. They do $10 lobster rolls.
I'd question the validity of how quality the lobster
That's their
is.
thing, though.
Faux lobster?
It's all about they do high quality ingredients, but they're trying to sell it to you at an affordable price. That's like their whole brand.
I kind of wonder.
Tiny piece.
I kind of wonder
I don't know. I
if
haven't
it's
gotten it.
imitation lobster.
No, I don't believe
imitation.
it is. I don't believe it is. I think it's legit lobster, legit crab, and that's like their whole branding deal.
So
and they're
it's
crushing
$10
right now.
a sandwich.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
Anybody
And
for
they also do salads, and if anybody's ever been there, I've driven by. I haven't gone since it's open, but it is usually very busy.
How about the hot chicken sandwich?
Oh, yeah,
like
the Nashville hot chicken.
Yeah, Nashville.
Absolutely.
It's really
Big
good.
fan.
Or your 214 Cindy's Reuben, effing good.
It is
I'm with
good
you.
with the pickle.
Yep. Get a little pickle on the side there.
Chips.
You also check out Dino Subs. Somebody always texts in when we're doing sandwich
Dino's.
Dino Subs in Arlington, hole in the wall place. Good spot from the 817.
Our place in Grapevine we talk about, Eric, right?
Yeah, Weinbergers.
Weinbergers is really
How often
good.
you go to Weinbergers?
I used to bring you guys sandwiches from Weinbergers.
Was that where the meatball sub was from?
No, I made that. I was there was a couple of sandwiches I did.
I think you got it from Kenny's.
Yeah,
I
you did bring one in from Kenny's. You
Kenny's,
did.
I did. Yeah, Kenny's Italian is pretty darn
It is
good,
good.
off
Really good.
Beltline. Yeah,
It's a great spot right there. We've got other people with the Mexican torta. Any Mexican torta would be
I've never
fine.
had one in my life. Can you tell me what we're eating?
It's really good. I mean, yeah, it's usually going to be like the asada steak.
Okay.
And then it'll have like the crema and like lettuce, and that's
And
pretty much all I got
what's
for
the
you.
vessel?
It's like giant bread. It's
Oh,
like
okay.
it's like a big.
Okay.
It's a big sandwich.
Okay, so tortas is a sandwich too.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I've always liked tortas, but I didn't know.
It
was a
either,
sandwich
Lucius.
as well.
I did
Learned
not
that
know.
today.
There you go.
Yeah. Shout out to the tortas, man.
Fan of both.
Which regional
Absolutely.
sandwich are you selecting?
So it's regional and not our favorite, or something we can eat every day. I've been hearing two little conversations going here.
Yeah, the list will be regional, but you could go with whatever you
I'm
want.
saying the one I would eat every day and not care is a tuna fish sandwich. A certain way, though. I want onions in that thing.
Yeah.
I want you to season that thing up for me. Oh, my God.
Are you a celery
hard-boiled
guy?
eggs. Everything. Hard-boiled eggs. Oh, my gosh. A tuna fish sandwich. Because sometimes you can just scoop it with a cracker and eat it. It's so good.
Yeah, it's banging, bro.
But the regional, I like a hoagie.
Yeah.
A Cosby Show hoagie. My grandpa used to make them hoagies for us.
Give me a
You want a hoagie? Hell yeah, Grandpa.
Give me the hoagie. Cousin's Lobster Truck, absolute dynamite from the 332. Somebody did text in about Angie, said it's a solid lobster roll. So there we go. There's some
but we're
feedback.
talking $10, huh?
$10, $9.99.
That's good.
Angie's Lobster Roll,
You can do
solid
it.
from the 214.
There you go.
Angie's owns the boats for lobsters from the 907. So there you go. Maybe that's how
Okay,
they
so
can
they're
do it for a
going
little
from
price.
water to counter. is
Bought
what
up
they're
the
doing.
supply
Making
chain.
it happen.
There we go. All
Making
right,
it
that
happen.
works.
All right, so here are your honorable mentions, the best
it's gotta
regional
be
sandwiches
expensive.
across the U.S. You've got loose meat sandwich in the Midwest. It is from Montana, mostly now served in Iowa. The loose meat sandwich certainly isn't much to look at, and it's not. But it is a deconstructed hamburger and a sloppy Joe. Typically involves seasoned crumbled ground beef with onions served on a bun with options such as pickles, mustard, ketchup, or cheese. Who doesn't want to eat a lazy man's version of a burger?
So
Like
it's
a ground beef sandwich.
So it's somewhere between a sloppy Joe and a hamburger?
Yeah, a chopped burger.
Loose meat. Okay.
Yeah.
In Montana State, one of the three I've yet to go to.
Hot brown sandwich from Kentucky.
That's Kentucky.
Is on here.
That's an open face one.
It begins with thick slices of toasted bread piled high with turkey, cheese, tomato, bacon, and finished off with paprika and either parsley or chives to garnish.
There's a thing called a Marnay sauce, I think, that goes with it, too.
You're right, and it's the cheese. It's the Marnay cheese.
Marnay's cheese, and
it does look a little
baked.
wet. It's like
baked.
Yeah, it's like dripping.
Yeah,
open face, like there's no top bread, there's no bookend.
Open face, it sits flat on the bread.
Mm-hmm.
It's just they have the bread, so it's just no top, no.
So you're knife and fork in this bad boy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And the last honorable mention on the outside looking in is the pit beef sandwich from Baltimore.
Baltimore.
Pit beef. The sandwich is traditionally made.
Pit beef.
Man, nobody said the Italian beef sandwich, though. By the way, Chicago, right?
Right.
Are we going to get ready to do that?
That'll be pretty high on here. The people love their Italian beef from this list.
Sorry about that.
Cheap cut of beef, such as top ground, grilled over a charcoal pit until almost burnt. The top layers are then sliced off, and the beef is placed back on the grill until it reaches a finished yet rare state. Then pulled, you put it on the bun with tiger sauce, a mix of mayo and horseradish, and topped with raw onion. Tiger style. Tiger. Number 10, best regional sandwiches on National Hot Pastrami Day. Nashville Hot Chicken.
There you go.
From Nashville. I don't think we need a description there. We know what that is. 9 is the pork tenderloins.
This is Indiana, right?
I cannot speak.
Yeah, this is what my family does.
This is
the breaded pork tenderloin sandwich.
Yeah, that's Indiana.
Rushing.
Yeah.
This looks.
I've had one of these.
It's big. It looks like a big old sandwich.
Shout out to Aunt Nancy. She just sold Nick's Country Kitchen in Huntington, Indiana.
Made a fat bag, didn't she?
She did, dude. She was about to shut it down. And she actually announced we're closing our doors because none of the kids wanted to take it over. And then some guy was like, well, I'll buy that.
Yeah.
And she got like what she wanted.
Triple D next week.
Good for her.
So it was like hello retirement.
8 is the po' boy, Brian.
Yep.
From New Orleans.
I'm surprised it's that low, but I'm okay. It's in the top 10.
Po' boy over the muffaletta.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You saw at the Super Bowl, I was crushing those.
Yeah.
Muffalettas, yeah.
I guess my deal with the po' boy is that is the bread can be dry.
Yeah, I'm with you. You got to make sure the bread is good.
Soft. I'm the big soft bread guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Give me that. I guess I need to go to the right spot.
There's people that will toast it. There are people that will toast it, but man, like you say, you could put so many things on it with the fried shrimp. You know, there's a lot.
And the shrimp po' boys, what's pictured here, with the pickles, tomato, lettuce.
I'll tell you, cheeseburger po' boy, not bad.
Oh,
place in Baton Rouge called George's. It's under the bridge. It's got a good one. yeah. It is. It's literally under the bridge. It's under I-10. Yeah.
If you're going to get a sandwich called a po' boy, you're definitely going to get it under a bridge. Probably be better right there, right?
Yeah, that po' boy.
Some dude and his dog served it to you.
Man, DJ took us to this spot deep into New Orleans, and it was one of those places that's a local type of deal, and it was a total neighborhood spot. Like people were literally walking in with their dogs, and they were hammered.
We went? This is the place that
I can't remember what it was called.
Was right on the corner of in like a neighborhood.
Yeah,
you
park. Was it a bar? Did it have a bar on one side?
There was a bar next to it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And there was just a window you went up.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
That's exactly the same place. It's where we got the muffaletta. We got the. You got us order those balls.
Boudin balls.
Yeah. And then I think we got crawfish pies. Those were delicious.
Yeah, I ordered everything.
7 is the Beck on Weck from Buffalo.
Beck on Weck.
Beck on Weck. It's like the pit beef sandwich, but it starts with rare roast beef. Also involves a horseradish spread.
Ooh.
But it also typically involves au jus for dipping, and most importantly, is served on a Kummel Weck roll. That's why it's the beef on Weck, which is topped with kosher salt, caraway seeds, and provides both additional flavor and texture. Very underrated sandwich. 6 is the lobster roll.
Mass.
5 is the pulled pork from North Carolina.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Is it too tart?
It's too vinegary.
Yeah, the vinegary.
Vinegar. Yeah.
4 is the Cuban sandwich, Miami.
I'm Cuban B.
Those are so fire, bro.
We should probably do Cuban sandwiches on Monday, shouldn't we, for the Natty?
Oh, yes.
Just in honor of the national championship.
Absolutely.
Let's just go full Cuban sandwich.
Well, we could double dip, and we could do the fried pork Indiana sandwich, too.
Pork chop sandwich.
Whatever the heck that thing was.
Pork tenderloin.
Yeah.
Pork tenderloin. Yeah, deep fried. I got all the equipment. We might give that a go. I'm not pulling for Indiana, though. I'm just not.
No, good. I'm glad.
Sorry, Dawson. I know that's your family.
Did they do something to you?
No,
You just want Miami to win?
Man, I
think both are going to be great stories.
I don't know, man. I kind of feel like Chief's uncle needs to see another natty.
Couldn't agree more. Uncle Lou, he deserves it.
What would
Uncle Lou do? He's out there by the pool smoking a cig, waiting for everybody to show up. Is that your uncle? That's the guy?
Yeah. Oh, no, that's my grandpa.
Oh, that's your grandpa. I'm pulling for him, too.
He's on meds, too.
My man was just sitting on the diving board, just like with a heater, waiting for everybody to show up.
Yeah, coffee and a heater. That was breakfast on Christmas morning.
Man, shout out to this guy, 817. He's got a shellfish allergy, but he still loves the fried gator po' boy. Just says, I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Give it to me. Bit peef, y'all dummies. Pastry chef Eric checking in. We love you.
Oh, yeah, there's Eric.
We love you.
Baltimore.
Dummy?
Are you stupid?
Yeah. You stupid? The Italian beef from Chicago is at 3.
There you go.
The pastrami or corned beef on rye from New York at number 2.
Awesome, I'm telling you, man.
But number 1.
Change your life.
The Philly cheesesteak.
Yep.
They also have the roast pork sandwich from Philadelphia.
That's 2 of them.
Okay, I hear about that. I hear some people that talk about the pork sandwich up there. It's actually like the more heady play that the veterans around town
large pork shoulders that are roasted for hours in the oven before being cooled. Then they're sliced, reheated in their own drippings, piled into a nice, preferably seeded Italian roll, topped with either spinach or the personal favorite broccoli rabe and sharp provolone to create a truly magical bite. I don't think. Would you be in on that?
No. I still haven't heard a single thing better than a chopped brisket sandwich.
Fair enough.
Slice of cheese. Brisket didn't even make it for regional. Is it not regional?
I can't believe that the brisket sandwich did not make it.
I feel like the brisket sandwich is a Texas staple.
Rowdy had something to do with this list, didn't he?
He might have. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. It was fun nonetheless.
I hope you enjoyed it.
Time now for a college football darty.
Yes, sir. Crack them if you got them. The Canes are big-time underdogs, and we got some big-time quarterback chatter in college football next year in the nation. But Tolos, especially the ones in Fort Worth, my people, the all-new Alliance Hyundai. It's here, ladies and gentlemen, and it is conveniently located at I-35 and Golden Triangle. And I was in the car business for a couple of years. Let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time
o'clock to talk about what comes next. And in the upcoming 3 weeks here, crucial time for the Mavs here to try to get it right. Tim Cato's going to join us from All City, break everything down. Here's Chief with your college football dirty.
Yes, sir. Plenty to get to right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. They bring the head cold.
Congratulations to former TCU head football coach Gary Patterson for being in the 2026 College Football Hall of Fame class.
Class, huh?
That's right.
I know Brian voted for him. It's one of his favorites.
One of your all-time favorite human beings.
Of the 3 coaches that I worked for that were the hardest to work for, I worked for Parcells, Coughlin, and Patterson. He was the hardest one to work for. He was
perpetual a-hole?
Hardest guy to work for. It never was good enough.
Was the pressure getting to him, you think?
I don't know. No, we were rolling along pretty good. This is 2007 when I went and worked with him. And I listen, I'm probably not the best guy to work with either.
Sure.
But I know one thing though, when his style was awful. I mean, his style, the way he treated people was awful. And I went and I'd been on some really good staffs where the coach, he had a good staff of coaches. He had some really good evaluators there, but the way that he went about his job, and I get TCU's had a lot of success with him. I probably wasn't the best for him either, but just work. Like I say, if I had to say the guys that was the hardest to work with and get along with and understand, and I worked with 3 of the toughest, he was by far the worst.
Wow. That's saying something.
Yeah.
That's saying something.
He probably said the same thing about me. I mean, but I'm cool with that. I was working with them in recruiting and all that, and I had some ideas as being a scout and how to evaluate. They do a great job. Their meetings were good. They had some really, he had a really good eye for players and stuff. I respect him for that. But his people skills were awful, and I think that's unfortunate. I think that, and he won a lot of games at TCU, and I think there's a lot of people that were like, when it was time to go, when he left, they were probably pretty happy he was gone, to be honest with you.
Well, now he's gone, and into the Hall of Fame he goes, college football style.
Yep.
You also have guys like Aaron Donald, Mark Ingram, Ndamukong Suh, James Laurinaitis, which I think might be the 1 seed for linebacker names.
James Laurinaitis was a really good player at Ohio State.
He was solid.
I think with Buffalo Bills, if I'm not mistaken.
Jags? Rams?
Yeah, Rams.
Was it Rams?
I think he bounced around a little bit.
He spent some time, yeah.
I'm thinking of maybe I was wrong about the Bills. But.
Well, Dante Moore announced that he is returning to Oregon. He's going to be a top 2 or 3
pick.
Player
I didn't scout already and go back to school. Oregon's had 3 guys that could have been in the draft. And I want to say all 3 of them, you had probably a first-round grade and 2 second-round grades, maybe Woolchuck?
Yeah, Dante Moore I didn't watch, but I'm sure, he was going to be a top 2 pick. It's him and Fernando Mendoza. Then Washington, the defensive tackle, I had a 1 on. I thought he was awesome.
There you go.
And who was Mateo Uiagalelei.
Yeah.
He was like a 2 or 3 guy, depending on what you thought about him.
Yeah, so, big news for Oregon. I guess Dylan Raiola is just ready to ride the bench for a year.
Yeah.
As the backup quarterback.
Can he leave
there.
again? Can he pick up and go? He's got another day, right?
I think they've talked him into, so Moore did this, where he sat behind Dylan Gabriel, and then now it's been the starter. So Raiola, I think they're selling like, hey, sit for a year behind Moore, learn the system, and then you'll be the guy afterwards. Yeah, and he's still going to get his NIL money. I've been going back and forth with people on X, for Moore.
Manning?
Yes, similar to
Manning.
Do you
like this choice for him to stay at school?
I do. I think we're now getting a lot of information where these quarterbacks that are having the less than 20 starts in their college career, the transition to the league has not gone well. I do think, obviously, situation matters a ton. The situation right now is looking like the Jets, and I don't think anybody wants to go to the Jets. So the argument I've been having with people is how much money could he possibly lose? And there is a chance when you look at next year's quarterback class. But I do want to just put it into everyone's mind coming into this year. We thought the first round was going to look like Cade Klubnik, Nussmeier, Sellers, Drew Aller. These guys are nowhere to be found in first or second round mock drafts. Lagway, absolutely. So a lot can change. There are still NFL evaluators that think Dante Moore, no matter what the class is for next year, whether it's Arch Manning in that, all the quarterbacks, Sellers, still could be the best. So you'll have Sam Levitt, the LSU kid that's part of that thing. But I think this is a smart move for him, big picture, for him to refine his skill set.
Very difficult decision. I think he does need more experience. He's got an incredible talent base to build from, and I think he's got a potential to be one of the top quarterbacks out there. But I think so many things are weighing negatively on your mind. It's the Jets. What am I hearing from teams that might want a quarterback but don't want to be patient and build with me? If it's not the Jets, then I could go back half of the first round. And then the money that you can still make in college, there's just once you start that NFL clock, you're going to get that first round pick guaranteed money. That's it. That's all of your guarantees. So why not try to bank $3 to $8 more million before you even leave college? I think if you're looking at it like bare minimum nest egg, what am I going to have at 26, 27 years old if I bust in the NFL? You got to maximize the college paycheck first.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on board with what he's doing here. In Oregon, they got a lot of guys returning. As you mentioned, guys that could have gone to the NFL draft or just guys that aren't draft eligible
Phil Knight
yet.
must have really opened up that thing.
Yeah, he's going to make the bag, and they're going to be another playoff team. You have a chance to go win the Natty. And I think Danny Cannell is going to join us tomorrow. He's like, book it. Next year, it's Texas versus Oregon in the Natty. Like that's what he's stamping right now. So I think it's a fair move here. At 20 years old, and you're in a great situation, and you're going to make plenty of money. This is all fine for him, and this is really good for Ty Simpson, who now probably becomes QB2 in the draft. And he did. He did an interview with On3 Sports, and it's true. Like, it was Tennessee, Ole Miss, Miami. Miami willing to get to $6.5 million for him to go there, but he says he built a legacy and he didn't want to at Alabama, and he didn't want to be remembered for just being the guy that took the money and went to a different program. So we'll see how that pays off for him. That's another guy with not that many college starts under his belt. Could have made $6.5 million, but the Alabama loyalty. He says, no, I can't do it.
Do you think there's a chance, and I haven't studied these quarterbacks, do you think there's a chance the Ole Miss quarterback goes before him in the draft?
I do think there's a chance. Yeah, I do think there's a chance. Chambliss?
Yeah.
Yes. I think there absolutely is a chance of that because Ty Simpson has plenty of flaws. It's not like this is some surefire. You're in one of these draft classes where this guy's great. Like, Ty Simpson is a guy that if you told me he was drafted in the bottom third of the first round, I would believe you. Now with Dante Moore, he probably gets pushed up a little bit more. But yeah, throughout the draft process, I think that could easily go Chambliss's way. So there's the Darty.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. All right, most afternoons, 2:40 here in the GBAG Nation. We got Tim Cato coming up to talk Mavs with you next here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeart.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 2 of the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got the C-Note coming up in 20 minutes. We'll take a look at all your Cowboys headlines and news of the day. But joining us now, the national NBA writer for the Y'all City Network, our guy Tim Cato here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hello, friends. How are you guys today?
We are doing outstanding, man. Thank you so much for jumping in here and blessing us with your basketball brain. This is quite a whirlwind around Anthony Davis right now. What are the variables as they sit here with 3 weeks to go to the deadline?
Yeah, it was a weird day. It was a weird yesterday. It was Anthony Davis out for the season, and then Anthony Davis himself is like, hang on, hold up. You can't believe that. That's not actually the case. And then it turns out it looks like the most accurate depiction of what's going on in Anthony Davis land is that he is going to undergo surgery, that he may or may not be able to return the season in 2 to 3 months. Now, the funny thing is, if you look at a calendar and you fast forward 3 months, I'm not sure Dallas is going to be playing basketball games at that point of the calendar, but at least the idea that he could return is out there. And I think the reason that matters is because Dallas is still very engaged in the trade market. And, for any team looking to trade for Anthony Davis, we'll circle back to that in a sec. But any team interested in trading Anthony Davis, if he's going to return that season, that obviously changes the calculus a lot. My sense is that Rich Paul, Anthony Davis's agent, and Anthony Davis's camp, maybe Rich Paul specifically are the people most into the idea of Anthony Davis being in a new NBA franchise. I don't think Dallas is as motivated to trade just for trade's sake, that they feel they have to move on. This is not a disgruntled locker room situation like John Morant, or many other such cases in over the past few years of the NBA. The question is really just, is there going to be a market for him? Is there going to be interest that fits what Dallas is looking for in terms of a return for, a guy who is their best player, just not on the court a lot and not really matching the Cooper Flag timeline?
The most interesting thing today, I thought, was the idea that there are teams, or I guess this has been out there for a while now, that there are teams that are willing to give Anthony Davis an extension. So do you buy that?
I'm not entirely sure I do. Especially the extension part. Again, I said that the primary motivator or the people behind the scenes most pushing for Anthony Davis to be traded is Anthony Davis's camp. It's not Dallas. And of course, it looks great if you keep pumping it out to the media landscape that, there are so many teams interested in Anthony Davis. I know that there are teams interested in the idea of Anthony Davis. I think that's a big difference than being interested at a level that meets what Dallas would be looking for in terms of return. Right now, my best guess is that he is stuck here in Dallas until the start of next season. And, at which point the hope is that he can prove that his body is not breaking down, once a month, and that he still has the ability to be, the high level basketball player that we have seen on the court. That's my hunch, but trade deadline is unpredictable. I was probably on this station with you guys about this time last year, and I was like, yeah, Dallas is going to have a quiet offseason or a trade deadline. Don't expect anything major. Yeah. So things do change.
Yeah, we're starting to get closer to that 1-year anniversary that nobody wants to talk about, Tim. But when we loop in that whole deal that happened a year ago, are the Mavericks, the likelihood that they get the return on an AD trade just seems to be less and less likely. How do you think they weigh? And in your opinion, just starting fresh and just ripping the Band-Aid off, because so many of their fan base, I'm sure, when they just see Anthony Davis in general in street clothes or on the floor, are just reminded by that trade still.
Yeah, it's a really tricky one. And I was at the LLF this time last year. I was on the show, 5 times a week, an hour a day. And, it felt like we were doing therapy, for a lot of it. And, I've always been very, very sympathetic to the fan sentiment and how they feel about it. Obviously, at the same time, I don't think that the Dallas front office can take that into effect or take that into consideration at the expense of making a trade that they think makes sense for them. They're not going to get a huge return back on Anthony Davis. It is possible that, as his contract winds down, and if he were to come back next season and play some games, that it becomes a slightly more manageable risk for other teams to take and gamble on. So I don't think it's, just completely undeniable. Sorry, I got distracted. My mother was calling me.
Oh,
she probably wants Anthony Davis updates as well. So, but yeah, the other thing I'll say is that we've all said it, but it is wild looking at all the draft capital, all the picks in the future that Dallas traded to build around Luka. And the idea about trading future draft picks is that Luka was your insurance because of his age, because of the way he raises the floor of a team. And, now they're in a situation where even if they don't move Anthony Davis, the best case scenario is that, they've got one draft pick coming up, that they own outright for about the next half decade. Anthony Davis going down is really unfortunate in a lot of ways, but, in terms of the team's goals and what they should be this season, I do think that, a soft tank is pretty much what's in store.
Yeah, that's why I kind of don't mind not trading him, because if you do get players back that can help you win now, then we pick up a couple of extra wins late and the lottery swings a little bit out of your favor. I do think as down as some fans might be to have to see Anthony Davis still, because it reminds them of the Luka Doncic trade, I think, to your point, hanging on to him until early next year might be the way to best optimize what you can get for him and to maximize your chances of the draft lottery. So I don't mind it if sometimes I still have to look away and it's painful to observe. It's just a few more months.
Yeah, and that's just the reality of the team also. Is like, if he's not movable, if he's going to be sidelined, it may be the path that Dallas fans just have to embrace.
Tim, so what about any other players on the roster? I guess I saw a report today, and maybe you can add more context. The Mavs don't want to trade Najee Marshall, but I'd assume any type of perimeter defender, whether it's him or P.J. Washington, you always see teams being interested in closer to the deadline. So is there anybody else? I know the focus is Anthony Davis, but you think the Mavericks could be in play to ship off any of their other players on the roster?
Yeah, I think you mentioned P.J. Washington. I think he would be the prime trade target that was drawing a lot of buzz. Because of the extension he signed before the season, he is not trade eligible this year. So he won't be in those talks. Najee certainly will, and there's been reporting to that fact. He's a really good player. He's got the best floater in the entire NBA. The stats back that up. It's not just our eye test. Dallas really likes having him around. But that's a player that my sense, and emphasize on sense. This isn't coming directly from, the Mavs front office or anything, but my sense is that they got a really compelling offer. That's something that they would listen to for Najee Marshall. They are going to shed salary next season. They're about $5 million away from the second apron. Just the money on their books right now. And that's before you even factor in the first round salary slot. So they're definitely going to shed some salary. It could be over the summer, but I'd be pretty surprised if Daniel Gafford, Klay Thompson, or Najee Marshall, one of those three, at least one of those guys, I think is going to be moving on. The question is just, what are the markets like for Klay and Gafford? My sense, again, and this is more informed from talking to people around the league, is that Gafford has more of a market than Klay Thompson. But I think both of those players are guys that other opponents, especially guys in the East, teams in the East, I think they got to make a push for it. They're at least going to take a look at guys like that. So yeah, I would expect at least one of those veterans that doesn't really fit the Cooper timeline to be, moved at the deadline. Question is just which one it is, and if it's Najee, I think it's going to be it would have to be a pretty compelling trade offer.
I do wonder, Tim, if like Cooper Flag's championship window could start next year if you could make the right moves around him. So I would want to give serious consideration to let's keep all of our veteran good players, because the advantage in this salary cap era of the NBA is to try to, win big when you have young guys on your roster who haven't gotten the big paycheck yet.
Yeah, 100%. Is Dallas actually in a position to be there? Maybe. Certainly what I will say, they don't own their first-round pick next year, so there is no incentive to tank. There's no incentive to lose. That is a little bit different than saying they have to go into next season and try to win. If the right team building step is just acknowledging that the team is still a season away, an off season away from, a few more moves away, and maybe one more year of Cooper development, he's already this good. Lord knows how good he's going to be here in a couple of years. That's an acceptable outcome. You're going to go into next year trying to win as best you can, but the right move is just whatever you feel is the right steps to build a contender around Cooper Flag. If this is a team that's in the lottery next season, it's going to be a real bummer because Dallas doesn't have that pick. But as long as it's in pursuit of smart team building around Cooper for the near-term future, I think that's also okay.
Tim, when it comes to trying to trade Anthony Davis, like the role of Rich Paul in all of this, is that a good thing to have him as the agent and trying to get him moved, or like how do you explain Rich Paul's role in all of this and trying to get Anthony Davis traded?
Oh man, big question there. Rich Paul is the most influential agent in the NBA. That is just objectively true. Clutch has a lot of power that it can wield, but it doesn't have so much power that it can force a front office to do something. And that's what Dallas's pushback has been, is that, it doesn't matter how much Anthony Davis and his camp and Rich Paul want him traded. It's still going to be, the decision to trade him or to not trade him at this deadline, if there is interest, is going to come down to Dallas doing what they believe is the right basketball move. And that's obviously, it makes it a little bit complicated because people in the front office have to actually go out and say this and kind of push this narrative to counteract, what Rich Paul, now a podcaster, is going around saying. But I think in the grand scheme of things, there are prolific agents. There are agents who have more of a public figure. There are agents who, are a chore to work with behind the scenes. I'm not saying Rich Paul specifically is any of those things, but dealing with agents is part of front office's job. And, I think it just brings more exposure and more headlines to the thing. I don't think it really changes the basketball operation and their execution, their assessment of what they're going to do with Anthony Davis.
Tim, your sources and stuff around the team, when you ask them, is Cooper Flag been even better than advertised or even better? I mean, are people like, listen, we thought this guy was this, but man, he's even better than what we even thought?
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. What I hear a lot is that he's this good already without a three-pointer. That the three-pointer has not translated at all so far as rookie season. There's going to be a lot of ironing out for him to do and to become just a more consistent jump shooter. The fact that he is already, the league's best driving forward, that he is just so fluid and so able to, change the angles in which he attacks, it's just remarkable. He's been everything that they expected. And yes, I think even a bit more than that.
All-star?
Maybe a little too soon, a little too hot. That first month was still a little bit ugly for him, but, All-star adjacent, he gets one of those nods where it's like, honorable mentions, have to say the name, have to throw it out there. I considered him, but no, he is not an all-star this year, unfortunately.
How do you think the remainder of the season plays out with the Kyrie plan?
I don't have a good sense of what's going to happen there. I haven't heard anything specifically lately, but it sure seems like there's not a lot of benefit to him coming back this year. And at this point, unless it's, very end of the season, but even then, if you get that close to the end of the season, usually you just see players in this situation get shut down. I wouldn't expect him to see him on the court this season, but again, that's more my assessment, just based logically off what Dallas is trying to accomplish this season.
Great stuff, Tim. Love reading it. Appreciate your insights as always, and the basketball conversation. We'll look forward to catching up with you soon.
Absolutely. Great to talk to you guys as always.
Salute. There he is, Tim Cato, now the national NBA writer at the All City Network, absolutely blowing up. Sometimes when we have these guys on, they're just like, they're too good, right? You're like, oh, this guy's got an upward trajectory. I can think of David Hellman. I can think of Nick Harris, Tim Cato, obviously in that. I mean, Tim McMahon has blown up, but that's a big deal there, going from ESPN Dallas to SportsCenter basically. So it's a pleasure to be able to chat sports with these guys, and Tim Cato's definitely in the group of one of my favorites. Okay, we got the C Note coming up next here. Cowboys news of the evening, everything happening. A couple of new names on your DC search, and some draft talk as well coming up next with you here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Window Nation with you before we do that, though, because, dude, buy 4, get 4 free going on right now. Limited time sale. You want to make 2026...
Visit moneyworksgroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and Moneyworks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your home's furnace is broken, go to theontimeexperts.com. They'll be at your home same day or the service call is free. Book your appointment now at theontimeexperts.com. theontimeexperts.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for the C-Note here. Cowboys news of the evening. We do it most every afternoon, 3:20 here on The Fan. The segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Broadest fans, we got your Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. Look forward to that. Couple of new DC candidates as the Cowboys requested the interview with Giants interim DC Charlie Bullen for their coordinator vacancy. Todd Archer tweeting, since Bullen was an interim, it was explained to me that the request could not be denied. So take that, New York Giants. Bullen's defense limited the Cowboys to 286 yards and 17 points in Week 18. I don't know, what kind of credibility you give that or credence you give that in evaluating him. He is known for player-centric and adaptable defensive schemes. You love to hear that. I guess reading the New York papers in anticipation of this story, they felt like he did a better job dialing up pressure packages and simplifying the defense for the players to make more plays, and that Giants defense does appear to be trending in the right direction. But, it's hard to tell. I think at some point, like, the probability of these guys just gets lower and lower with every batch of new guys we get. Just by a numbers game now, there's a 12% chance if they all have an equal shot, 12.5%, as we're sitting at 8 guys. Cowboys also put in the request to interview Eagles pass game coordinator Christian Parker, and that interview could happen as soon as tomorrow. He was number 7. Bullen is number 8. Is there an expiration date on this process, you think, guys? Like, is there a time where you want to have this settled by maybe Senior Bowl?
I don't feel like there's any reason to be in a hurry until these teams start hiring head coaches. And maybe you want to be ahead of this one, but the minute some of these head coaches or these guys that are interviewing for jobs get jobs, they're going to be looking to put staffs together. So I think you want to kind of be ahead of the game on that. You make sense about the Senior Bowl stuff. You got the East-West game coming up. We got a lot of things coming up right at the end of the month.
Yeah, I was just thinking draft prep, but I mean, you got a better point than that these staffs are going to get flushed out as soon as the head coaches get appointed.
There's going to be some guys out on the street and stuff, but you're ahead of it right now with your interviews. But you got to worry about, what if these guys, you might lose. Say for example, Brian Flores gets a job. Well, then you might lose your
Durante Jones.
You might lose Jones as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
So you got to be ready for that. I think until the first head coach gets fired, you could be gets hired, you could be patient. And then once that first one happens, then now you got to go be proactive because you don't want to lose the guy you really want.
So I'm a big Shoddy fan, maybe as big as it gets in the media. We were talking about him to open up the show, and somebody texted that I was way too optimistic about what he's capable of. But I mean, look what he did for the offense. Look what he's done for this coaching search.
Yeah.
Okay. This is an actual real coaching search that he has upgraded not only the Joneses' way of looking at things, but what they're going to allow the coach to do. Like this stuff is in a way unprecedented under Jones, especially for a guy that doesn't have many skins on the wall. We're paying more attention to the middle of the field. We're trying to play physically on both sides of the line of scrimmage. We're treating defensive tackle like you might actually want to get good ones if you ever plan on stopping the run and pressuring quarterbacks up the middle. We've solved that. Like I just think there's a number of upgrades here with Shoddy, and No offense to anybody, but I think sometimes people have a difficult time seeing value when you don't have a winning record. I think that's really what this comes down to.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's about wins on the football field, but I think he's done an excellent job in terms of he uses the buzzword culture all the time, but I think you've actually seen, especially the way that they were able to navigate the Marshawn Nealon tragedy, that was huge. And I know Bobby talked about that a lot, about, Shotty was probably the best person suited for that. I think when you see some of the behind-the-scenes stuff on Hard Knocks, him as a communicator, all the stuff that he wants, the teaching qualities, he possesses. So, my next thing is I really hope we see a trend in the right direction for safeties being more of a priority, because I don't think that's been something that's been a priority here for 20 years. Yeah. And it does, when you're just kind of looking at all of these names they're bringing in, it's guys that have secondary experience. Their forte is the secondary. They clearly were not happy with the way their corners and safeties played. And I do love the fact, some people I've seen already, oh man, why should we be excited about these no-name guys that nobody's ever heard of? That makes me more excited. I kind of love the fact when you're kind of going and you're looking under every rock and you're talking. Clearly, I think that he is talking to people around the league, much like how he found Clayton Adams, much like he found Connor Riley at Kansas State, and he is using everything at his disposal to bring in who he thinks are the best candidates for the job. Yeah, and also, if indeed, let's say it's Jim Leonard, or if it ends up being a Brian Flores, who Josina Anderson put out, she's told the Cowboys still have interest there and are monitoring that. They just have not scheduled an interview yet. He interviewed with the Commanders today. You never know if any of these other guys could end up on the staff in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that's kind of – I've got people in the organization kind of feeling like – I got people steering me one way saying that, no, these are legitimate coaching interviews, and then the others are saying, you think I think we're kind of trying to divert some things. And so, I don't know, man. I'm kind of like, trying to kind of figure out which one is the more believable here. I'll say this, though. I think the fan base, their legitimate fear is what happened in Philadelphia, say, the last couple of years. Remember, Philadelphia fired both their coordinators before the Super Bowl. They went and got Kellen Moore and they went and got Vic Fangio. I think fan base is worried that you're going to hire a coordinator that has no experience, and it's going to be much like what Philadelphia went through.
Yeah,
that like all of a sudden that these guys are over their heads and they weren't ready to be coordinators. I like the fact that it's new, fresh names and all that, and that people are talking nice about them. But I can understand the fan base going, damn, Philadelphia had two coordinators under Nick Sirianni, brand new, Brian Johnson and somebody else. And what happened to them? Both those guys were let go at the end of the year. And then
Sean Desai.
Yeah, yes. Sean Desai. There you go. I think that's
fair point.
I think that's where the fan base I think they're excited about the search.
Yeah.
I think the fan base is really excited about the search. I think we all fear what we don't know, and that's
Absolutely.
We don't know the names. And then the other thing we fear is they might know they bring this guy in, and then he's a bag of ass.
Yeah, but it could go both ways. I mean, you just did it with Eberflus.
Oh no, but that's
like in 2020.
No, I'm just saying that's kind of what. But
it's an inexact science.
If fan base is like struggling with this. If they're struggling, I can understand their fear.
I think the interview process is really the big thing for me. And we talked about that in every post-game show. We want an extensive search.
No question.
They're giving us the extensive search here.
They've handled this thing beautifully. I just, when Joe and Flower Mound does not recognize name, Joe and Flower Mound goes, what the F are they doing?
Yeah.
What are they trying to go cheap here? Are they trying, it's immediately it turns into they haven't done it right. And so now by I say they haven't done it right. We saw what with the line coach and the coordinator and stuff like that. But overall,
that's what gives me confidence.
That there you go. That's the thing you should be talking about. But I think Joe and Flower Mound also says, it's Jerry's involved, and they're going to F this thing up, and they're going to hire a coach that doesn't know what the hell he's going to do, and the defense is going to be god awful again. I think that's the fear.
469 says, I do fear the Jones boys will screw it up. And there's always the opportunity for that. I love that Wolchuk brought up safety, because another thing here is the Joneses have said for years you can't have everything. And Jerry loves to tell this story about getting off his private jet and jumping into an old Ford Bronco, which were pretty badass, by the way, if you could get one restored now from like the late 80s, early 90s.
Pretty penny.
But, the guy I was traveling with was like, what are we doing here in this old Ford Bronco? And he said, well, you can't have everything. So the Cowboys have looked at it like, well, if the most important part of the game is the passing chunk plays, let's get edges and corners, and let's get wide receivers and tackles and quarterbacks, and that's where our money's going to go. And I think they maybe lied to themselves that you could actually win the Super Bowl that way. Mm-hmm. And hopefully part of Shoddy's message is, that's a good way of building if you want a pretty good team that's highlight friendly. But if you actually want to go all of the way, we have to figure out a way to get every position solved with quality guys.
Yeah.
And if he can do that, then I think everybody will agree with me that he's the man. All righty, it is the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And we got Krusty's Corner coming up next. Brian, where are you taking it?
Let's carry on the football conversations. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Shan and RJ, Choppy's NFL overreactions or not.
Rangers Josh Young and Tyler Alexander. The guys will then join Jared Sandler from 7 to 8 for our Rangers Hot Stove Show. Get in line early, enjoy the best barbecue in North Texas, and meet some Rangers. Monday evening, January 19th with The Fan and the Rangers at Hurtado's Dallas.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, y'all.
Right on. Thank you, Lucius. It is the GBAG Nation here on The Fan. We are going to have Danny Cannell on talking college football natty tomorrow at 4 o'clock. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's going to teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Greystone as well for being a part of this one, as they always are. Really appreciate that. I was going to talk about there, Wolchuk. I was going to ask you something.
Okay.
Dawson, you haven't. Dawson, have you looked at Anthony Hill, the linebacker from Texas?
A little bit. Yeah, I thought.
Enough to be dangerous?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question then. Because there's a lot of. Voch Lombardi and I had this in our discussion this morning on our podcast. And Voch brought up to me that he felt like that Anthony Hill was a better prospect than Allen was from Georgia.
If you want a Mike linebacker, I agree. I think he's a better Mike than I think C.J. Allen might be a better weak side linebacker. I think Anthony Hill is a true Mike. I think Allen has.
So
the
you
ability.
got Allen as an outside linebacker more so than an inside linebacker.
Yeah, I do. I think
and Georgia is where Allen's from,
and then Anthony Hill Jr., Denton Ryan in Texas.
Yeah,
yeah. And look, I think Anthony Hill. I mean, the size is there. The size is better than C.J. Allen. He's physical. I think he's a tremendous blitzer. I think him being able, and I think that's something that Texas fans complained about and might be a big reason why you now have Will Muschamp there and a new defensive coordinator because of the way that Anthony Hill was used this year.
Wow, that's inside information I would not be aware of or privy to. I see it the opposite. I think Allen is a classic middle linebacker in the middle of the field. He can plug the run. He can zone drop. I think Hill is up on the line of scrimmage and blitzing, and I think you already got him in Overshown.
It's funny that if you read the way my notes, and I was sitting there reading it, and I had Allen over Hill.
Yeah, I do too.
But when I read my notes, it's like Hill was a better player.
I didn't love Allen when I watched him. I really didn't. And he's a guy that everybody's kind of, he should be in the consideration at 20.
Everybody's talking about him as a mock at 20. And I'm kind of, and the more I got into it, and the linebacker, we agree linebackers pretty damn important here, right?
Oh, and they need it badly. And the thing is, he had a game against Florida that I watched where he dominated, and the tape was incredible.
That's Hill, right?
I'm talking about C.J. Allen out of Georgia.
Yeah. And maybe Hill didn't dominate Florida, just kind of. Didn't they go up and down the field on Texas that day?
They did. They did. But I thought that Hill was good against Ohio State. I thought he was good against Oklahoma. If you go back and watch him in the Peach Bowl against Arizona State, his 2024 tape is better than the 2025 tape for Hill. But for Allen, the Tennessee and Georgia Tech games I watched of him, I was like, just a little underwhelmed. I mean, he is probably the better overall athlete. And not probably, he is. He is a better overall athlete than what Anthony Hill Jr. is. Anthony Hill Jr. to me, I might like him as a better pure linebacker.
See, that's the thing. The way that I was studying Allen, and like I had some questions about, the cover ability. I had some questions about, the way that he was getting off the blocks and stuff like that a little bit. And it just seemed like to me that reading Hill, it sounded better. And that's what I hate. That's what I hate when all of a sudden I'm like, you compare a couple of players and you go back and you read your notes and you're like going, did I put this guy too high? Is C.J. Allen should C.J. Allen? I mean, and I have him in the second round on my board the way it is. So at 20 would make a lot of sense. But I just wondered if that Hill overall would be a better fit for the Dallas Cowboys at 20 than who everybody's mocking C.J. Allen to. I just wonder that.
I wonder how important it is right now for the Cowboys to find a savvy middle linebacker who's good with the zone dropping and is going to play against tight ends. I just see Anthony Hill as a heat-seeking missile who's really good at it. But some of the middle linebacker stuff with stacking and shedding blocks, I don't see him doing that. I see him knifing through, getting to the ball carrier, taking risks to blow up plays more than being solid down in, down out.
It's funny that you say that because I wrote down in my notes he can play zone and he's got good awareness there. He can pick up tight ends in coverage, but he'll over pursue and he has a tendency to run himself out of position or miss tackles.
He runs fast and he'll overrun some plays that way. So I was just curious of kind of how you guys how you saw that one with him, particularly. I
think you need a quarterback of the defense. And he is like a weapon on defense.
I think he's a weapon too, and I wonder if he's a better weapon than
Allen.
That
would be awesome.
But I just say that because I keep seeing.
So you're putting him and Overshown on the field together, and you're happy about that?
Hill?
Yeah,
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, I think Hill's a better pure linebacker than what Overshown is, and he's a better player. He's a bigger player. I do think Overshown I didn't love the Overshown tape coming out of college.
Yeah.
But he's been awesome as a pro, and I think allowing him to play maybe strong side linebacker or weak side, I don't think he's a middle linebacker. I do think Anthony Hill is. I think C.J. Allen could be as well, to your point. I mean, I don't disagree. I just think he's got the flexibility to be an outside player. I don't want to say the word finesse because that's not, people take that. I wanted to see him play more physical sometimes. You see him being able to run the alley, make plays in space. He's a tremendous athlete that runs well. But I just wanted to see a physical player that plays a little bit faster. To me, sometimes I don't know if he's thinking, I don't know if he's processing, and he's just kind of waiting for the play to develop in front of him. But I saw a little bit, I don't know if it was necessarily timidness or hesitancy, but it wasn't just see it and go. You see more of that with Anthony Hill.
Yeah.
With C.J. Allen, I see a little bit more of wait, boom, fire.
I think it has something to do with the scheme because
that could absolutely, because I don't know what he's been asked to do.
Those two gap guys,
100% it could.
The way they're taught to read. Chief, I'm going to ask you a question about this guy. I watched this player at Miami, this Keontae Scott, this corner.
Yes.
All right, Zach, you said you have not seen him yet,
I haven't studied. Obviously, I've watched him play.
You watched him play.
But have not done my breakdown of him as a draft prospect yet.
I watched him this morning. He's a corner. And again, Dallas looking for corners. And I bring this up because Jerry specifically talked about Jordan Lewis in the nickel position.
Yeah, this is a nickel thoroughbred.
Okay, from your experience of watching the Canes and what you think about him as a player, you got an opinion on that?
Yeah, I think he's a total dog. He's physical. He will tackle. They blitz him quite a bit.
Keontae
Scott. He wears number 0 for the Hurricanes. He's the one that had the big pick 6 versus Ohio State. The instincts jump off the screen to me. Physicality, TFLs in the backfield. When you're talking about a nickel corner, you got to be a jack of all trades kind of guy. You got to be sticky in coverage, and then you also have to be able to play in the run game. And if you're good enough for it, the blitz element. I think he is sort of an all-around kind of player when it comes to physicality, tackling, sticky in coverage, instincts, blitzing, and just a crazy dog, violent mentality. I think he encapsulates all of that.
I had a scout tell me about this guy, because I was curious. I don't think this guy's a corner.
He's a safety?
I think he's a strong safety.
Okay.
I think he's a strong safety, and I say this, and I asked a buddy scout of mine that goes to Miami for the school. And I said, the question I asked him, I said, where do you play Keontae Scott at corner? You play him at corner or safety? And he said, a great question. I don't know if he has the smarts to be a full-time safety. Okay? The football smarts. I think I would keep him in the slot.
He's 6 feet, like
6 feet,
buck
195, 92. Yeah,
okay.
buck 92. And I said, I go, okay, and he goes, it's funny when you watch him, he does everything but cover guys.
Well, I do think a lot of his big plays have been TFLs, sacking the quarterback, and then jumping some routes. I think he's been pretty good in coverage, but maybe some of his better plays are sort of around the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he's always blitzing. He's always flying around. The last thing he does is just cover. So I think that, to me,
that's actually what you want in the corner.
That's but he plays really, really well. I mean, he plays.
I've
in the
been
slot.
impressed watching him as a slot corner.
I thought, to me, I was thinking like, everybody's like talking about this guy as, but he's right. The plays you see, the big plays you see, are him.
Sure.
Him like being around the line of scrimmage, him blitzing, him tackling, him like playing the run.
It does sound like a strong safety.
I don't know. That's the thing about it is, but to me, like, here's a guy that, and you're talking about it, Chief. You talked about that interception he made.
Yeah, it was a huge play.
In the Ohio State game.
It turned the game.
You watched the Louisville game. You watch Scott playing the Louisville game. He knocks a ball loose. Like, Miami's dead. Miami's dead in the last 4 or 5 minutes of this game. And he makes a play where he knocks the ball loose, and Miami gets it, and then they're back. And then he makes the next series, he makes another tackle like on third down to get him off the field.
Yeah, he's splash play kind of dude. And, I mean, I've seen him be pretty sticky in coverage at times, but I mean, I'll take your guy's word for it. Who's scouting this thing out at a high level?
The guy, like I say, it's hey, scouts are sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong, but. His thought about it was like, how often do you see him really cover? Because there are so many splash plays. But I love the player. I just don't know where you
play him.
And I think you play him.
That's tough.
And you and I and Aisha did our show yesterday, The Stack, and we were talking about these safeties.
Yeah.
And we were kind of going through them because, and you just mentioned earlier, we were talking about needing a safety.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm praying for downs to get to 12. In reality, it's probably going to be like Genty and Tedrow McMillan. In no world should downs be on the clock, on the board for you when you're on the clock at 12. He's too good of a player. Somebody should be taking him, whether it's Washington or somebody else. So the problem now is that next litter of safeties, most of these guys are all going to go day 2, second round.
Yeah.
So do you want to just say, screw it, I like a guy at 20 if you get stuck there, and you take him because you like him, or you just don't take one? And now, what are you going to do at the position? You've got to sign somebody in free agency, or maybe once we get more to day 3 players, there's a safety we like that they could look at in the 4th round. But that's where like the prospect of sliding back to get an extra pick, and everything you want in a linebacker to me, Gavin, is Jacob Rodriguez. If you want a true middle linebacker that's a leader, field general, going to have everybody in the right position, it's just as always around the ball. There's some warts to his game because of his size, yes. But to me, he's the perfect blend of I can stop the run, I can also cover, and he's just a team captain.
So you would take him over Hill and Allen at 20, right?
Yeah, I think he's kind of a perfect blend between the two.
Yeah, okay.
Because he's got the same size as Allen. Hill's the bigger player. Right. But I think Rodriguez can do a little bit of everything. I know there's going to be teams that say he's a 3rd rounder.
Yeah.
Because of his size, and there's just things. But
he doesn't look like he's athletic enough. He looks like a great college linebacker.
He's sneaky athletic, but I think he's going to test pretty well.
Nice.
I think he's going to test better than people think he will coming up here at the combine.
Sometimes body composition can be mistelling.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys. I just, like I say, the Scott thing kind of threw me off a little bit because when I thought everybody saying nickel corner, and I was kind of like, let me see nickel corner cover, and I think he probably can, but I wasn't really sure. I think he's more of like the way he plays. He's really like Dan Quinn would have used this guy like a box kind of safety is what he would have done.
Yeah, I mean, open field tackling.
Yeah.
He's a stud.
Good.
He's physical.
Yeah.
I watched the SMU game.
Yeah.
Watch the SMU game. I think you'll see a couple of plays in there
where he's covering a little bit more.
He's going man to man.
Yeah,
he
I
had an
watched
interception
Louisville.
playing zone coverage versus Syracuse.
He was great against Texas A&M. He really was.
Yeah,
he had some great plays. Thank you guys. Appreciate
Thank you. Brought us Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 in the GBAG Nation. Football fix time, Zach. What do we got?
All right, let's do it. What's going on? The inside track for Harbaugh, the Cowboys defensive coordinator search, and Tony Romo saying bleep the haters. That's next in the nation. But let's chat Trajan Wealth. That's TRAJAN. And hey, we're 14 days into 2026. Start your new year off right with a game-changing financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth today to figure out how to make your New Year's resolution stick this time around.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's our number 3 of the GBAG Nation here on The Fan. Tomorrow at this time, we'll be talking with Danny Cannell about the College Football National Championship and some of the best player props and what you want to do with that line. Indiana minus 8.5 in this bad boy. Holy cow. So we'll be more into that with Danny tomorrow. It's time now for Wolchuk's Daily Football Fix. Here he is, the Bully.
Let's do it right after this.
You think football is still fun? Yes. Sir.
Wrong side. Left side. Wrong side. Left side. I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
All right, Christian Parker, that's the latest name the Cowboys have added to their defensive coordinator search. We've been breaking it down throughout the show, but if you missed it, he is the defensive backs coach, passing game coordinator for the Eagles. Now, Bobby Belt, he's got another thread. Man, Bobby's out here just a maniac.
He's on fire.
He's just threading it left and right over here. Christian Parker, big Dick Fangio guy. He's been working with him since 2021, was with him in Denver, then with Philadelphia, and their track record, there was no familiarity when Fangio brought him in to Denver to work with him. And he's one of these guys, there's a write-up from ESPN, Be Authentic, how 29-year-old Denver Broncos DBs coach Christian Parker reaches players. And the big quote here from him was, you understand quickly, be authentic. Players can sense. At the end of the day, if you're trying to be something you're not or trying to get past a lack of preparation, you can't keep that act up for long. So he is certainly one of these guys that, as Brian's mentioned with everyone he's been talking to, teacher, has really risen up the ranks, is a young up-and-comer at the defensive coordinator position, and certainly has not called plays. So that would be a gamble if you want to go ahead and elevate him. He's only been a DB's coach, but you look at the list of players that he's worked with, from Surtain when he first came into the league there at Denver as a rookie, helping him reach his potential, to now Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean being all-pro players. I mean, he was with Green Bay when Jair Alexander was at his best as well. It looks like everybody is at their best level of performance when Christian Parker has been coaching them. Going back and looking at his resume, I love the name. I think it's definitely one that I'm intrigued by. The other, as we've discussed, would be the interim Giants defensive coordinator, whom did make that defense better, Chris Bullen. So he's a guy that's also been added to this list. Now, Brian Flores has not been requested to be interviewed for your Dallas Cowboys. Washington interviewing him as we speak today. He's in the building there in D.C. The other element of this
I would say when it comes to marrying those two stories, be authentic.
Yeah.
The issue is like if your authentic self is a jerk, if it's confrontational, if it's discipline nature, I don't know if you can be authentic anymore. And I think that is still hanging over Brian Flores. From how things went in Miami. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get any of these jobs, because everywhere I'm turning, there is discussion about how difficult he was to work with there and that he turned off a lot of the players. So I would say, do you adjust that? Can you still be authentic? Is it better as just a coordinator in that department? Or better yet, you better have the support of the front office.
Sure, and
as Mike Vrabel found out, he was too much of a jerk in Tennessee. In New England, apparently, he's hitting all the right notes for the Kraft family.
Yeah, and we saw it with Coughlin. He had to kind of change his way with the Giants, and then that ended up working out. I think Flores has talked about that in Minnesota, and it came up. I think we played the clip last year when they played Miami, and he had regrets for how he handled the Tua situation. So maybe he did. Maybe that was a learning experience. But
Urban Meyer, Jacksonville,
another
authentic self did not work in the NFL. They were like, bro, who are you talking to?
Yeah, 100%. Boy, I was wrong about that cat.
Yeah, you're right. Some of these guys are better suited to be a DC. And maybe that ends up being Brian Flores. And he is getting requests to interview for head coaching jobs. He's already interviewed with the Baltimore Ravens for their job. The Vegas Raiders thing's kind of floating around as well. Pittsburgh, we saw, they've also requested to interview him today. I think that was announced. Adam Schefter had that. But Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. quote, not surprised people are wanting to talk to him about their head coaching role. I'm excited for him to do so. All while knowing our number one priority, really before the season even ended, our number one priority has been to get that thing done with him.
Yeah.
So I still just have doubts.
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to get him out of Minnesota as a defensive coordinator if he doesn't get this head coaching job?
These are agent games.
Yes, and maybe the Cowboys know that, and maybe that's why the Cowboys aren't sending in a request.
Yeah, he's going to be a head coach somewhere, or he's going to go back to Minnesota where he knows his players can execute his system, and his system is being credited for making the sum greater than the parts.
Yes.
It's the perfect launch pad.
And I think with Parker and then Jim Leonard and some of these other guys that they're interviewing, you've seen them have success with young, rookie, first-year players. Like Parker, you had Surtain as a rookie. You had Jair Alexander as a young player. You just had Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell as a rookie in their second year. The Cowboys' secondary is probably going to be super young next year. Now, Bland, that's now going to be a veteran player. But you got Rebel going into year 2. Who knows what happens at safety? They have a massive turnover at that position. But you're probably going to have a lot of inexperience on that defense. Yeah. And I think that's the pushback when you have the John Onings and some others, even Coach A, that know Flores' track record and his scheme. And we heard this with Rick Carlisle all the time. He doesn't like the younger guys. He wants established veteran players that he knows that they understand what he's asking and requiring them to do. Some of these other coaches that they're interviewing seem to have the track record of success with the young players. That doesn't seem to be an issue. So that's also something you got to kind of weigh. I get it. Flores is an awesome name, and I'd be pumped if they hired him. But those are things that go behind the scenes and how well they gel with certain types of players that you have to consider other than just looking at the nuts and bolts of the results of them being DCs.
Yeah, some coaches are just naturally better at developing young guys who are struggling to figure it out, and you want those guys in place at the right time, and others are great at taking like finished products and putting them in the best position to win.
Yeah. Not good news for Houston, Brian. Nico Collins was among those.
Yeah, he got concussed.
Practice.
He got concussed.
Yeah. And Trent Brown, the right tackle, also absent. But that might just be a veteran day off.
That looked like a brutal concussion, dude.
It was like basically head first into the turf.
Looked like me in the Avis parking lot.
Yeah, just took a header.
Just header.
It did. Yeah. Steelers also interviewing Nate Skielhaas, the Rams passing game coordinator.
Yeah.
They put in a request to interview him. Baltimore and Vegas, along with Cleveland, have also requested to interview him. That's the young dude. I could see that. He looks really young. Maybe he is older and he just looks young, but this guy can't be much over 40. And the Cardinals are requesting Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith for an interview. He also met with the Titans. So Arthur Smith getting some head coaching looks as well.
It's crazy.
But it all goes back to Harbaugh. And today you had the first in-person meeting for Harbaugh and the New York Football Giants. Part of those meeting with him, not only ownership, but quarterback Jackson Dart, according to Mike Garafolo, the rookie first-rounder, part of the push to land the biggest fish in the coaching pool. So they're pulling out all the stops. They don't want him to leave. They're trying to get him to stay there in New York. Just go ahead and get this thing locked up, John. We don't need you to go talk with anybody else, John. Go ahead, accept our job. That's what we want. But Sports Illustrated, the three teams that he's kind of narrowed it down to, it is the Giants, it's also the Titans, and the Falcons. Those are believed to be the three teams that legit have a chance to get John Harbaugh as their head coach. So Giants, Titans, Falcons. We know he's done at least a Zoom with Atlanta. He's met in person with the Giants. We'll see if he ever makes it to Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is going to end up with him being with the Giants here. It's just a matter of how much money and how much power are they willing to give him. And my guess is they're willing to give him as much as he wants.
Money and the power. All of it. Mike Tomlin.
It's not like Joe Shane is going to roll over, right?
Yeah.
He's going to roll over to keep his job.
Coach.
Yeah, he's going to roll over to keep his job.
All right, shout to K-Walk, Kevin Walker. Khaki Kevin just texted me 35 years old for Skielhaas, or maybe it's Shielhaas. I'm going to have to do some research and not butcher his name, but that's the Rams passing game coordinator. Seems to be doing a hell of a job. 35, that's right on the Steelers' radar. I'm going to throw this out.
Yeah, it's 34, it's last two.
Mike Tomlin is going to sit out this year. Adam Schefter, very adamant. He's not coaching this year. He's going to do TV, okay? Then he's going to look at coaching the following year. Andy Reid, he's tenured head coach. Say Andy decides to retire after the end of next year. Mike Tomlin, Patrick Mahomes, you get Tomlin and KC. Starting it out. What do you guys think?
I like it. I like what you're doing. I mean, we'll see. Andy just continues to want to keep pushing.
He does.
So everything hinges on, does Andy want to hang him up at that point? But from a Chiefs standpoint, it makes plenty of sense.
From one legend to another?
I mean, I don't know. It does make sense.
Because he actually has his quarterback now. He's got his Ben Roethlisberger when he was at his best.
That's the big missing ingredient there. What happens with Spags and that whole situation? Do you want more of an offensive-minded guy to be with Pat Mahomes? But on the surface, makes a ton of sense. If you're Tomlin, it's the ultimate no-brainer. Like, from a Tomlin standpoint, I mean, I know he said apparently he wants to be in a warm weather environment, so I wouldn't check that particular box.
Yeah.
But I think Mahomes could be the trump card in whether or not you want, do you want to be in the sun or do you want to be kissing a Lombardi?
Mahomes can warm you up a little bit.
I think Mahomes can warm you up.
I think he can too.
With all the beer and whatnot he's got.
Yeah.
I mean, think about Tomlin on the beer pong table with Mahomes.
Oh, yeah.
Just talking ball.
Just drinking Coors Light, making it happen. Chris Shula, by the way, betting favorite to be the next head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
He's the grandson, right?
He is.
Yes.
Which side of the family?
Clearly Dad's.
I think, yeah.
Well, who's dad?
Who
is dad?
Maybe Mike Shula's dad.
He's the son. His dad, Dave Shula.
Dave,
the former coach that was awful
with Cincinnati.
Yeah, he was awful at Cincinnati. So it's Dave's
and he's
kid.
The grandson of Don.
Right,
so,
okay.
Yep. So he's Dave's kid.
He's overcoming his father's
genes. He's 39
genes.
years old.
Yeah.
And he's the defensive coordinator with the Rams. He's the favorite right now to land that job. We talked about Romo and his performance. Everybody was crapping on it. Here he was with Adam Shine, who, you know what, he might not have the hair gel title anymore. It might be Brock Osweiler. It might be Osweiler.
That's true.
It's a good product.
Gosh, they're quartering the market
Movie
on the
star
hair
quality.
gel. But shout out to Shine on Sports. Had Romo on, was kissing his ass a little bit. But, Tony, what do you think about some of this criticism? What was the problem on Sunday?
Oh, yeah, we had a bunch of guys sick, but, yeah, we were just grinding through it. But you're not going to miss a playoff game. It's too much fun. And, by the way, we got a few records. It's been fun watching them, and our whole crew and everyone gets so excited about it. It's fun to watch. It's a good one. It's always special when you get a bunch of people watching. So it is playoff season, so it's important.
It really doesn't get better. And listen, you guys are fantastic. The crew is great. Listen, you played quarterback for the Cowboys, so you understand the highs and, the coverage and the conversation. I'm curious, do you ever pay attention to that? You know how I feel about you as an analyst and your crew and, Jim Rickoff and Mike Arnold, the absolute best in the business. You pay attention to the highs when things are going well, or pay attention to, people online during the postseason or during any conversation about Tony Romo as a broadcaster?
I think anytime you're in a position like we are, we're on the air for 3.5 hours. There's always, you're always trying to do the best you can and everything. And then there's always going to be moments where there's always great stuff and then other stuff. It's just part of being in your position. You just go back to work and you do a great job. I mean, that's the fun part about this is it's sports and it makes it fun. We're just trying to make everyone enjoy the show and learn a little bit and have a great time. So to me, it's what makes sports amazing. It's fun.
It's fun.
Dude, he's on skates right there trying to be positive and, but he it seemed like he was trying to answer 2 or 3 different questions at the same time. Couldn't come up with the right words for either of them.
Or do you think maybe he just doesn't give a bleep?
Oh, I think he does care.
He just really doesn't care.
It's pretty evident.
It's like, whatever.
I don't think he cares enough to work hard at it, but I think he does care because of how much work he put going into it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he figured out that, dude, I got 3 kids and life's pretty good. I can play golf. I can keep up with my sons, or I could bust my ass for 8 hours a day trying to make sure I'm the absolute god that I was that first season.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have to. They're going to give him $20 million a year to go in there and be Tony Romo.
Mail it in.
Yeah.
Hey, if that's the worst thing that ever happens to him, I'm sure he should be fine.
Not too bad. Not too bad at all.
I love that he's cranking up the old I was sick excuse
we
machine.
had a few guys that were sick, but we're not going to miss a playoff game.
Come on, guys.
I still enjoy him. There is a lot of bad broadcasting going on during these games. There's a lot to be annoyed by, and that's why alternative broadcasts are on the rise. Watched a show, would have bailed but Abby was watching it. So when you have a 14-year-old, it's like, okay, if you're watching something and you want me on the couch, I'm going to sit through this. 11/22/63. You might have seen it pop up on Netflix, like it's one of the top 10 in America or whatever. It's about a guy who can go back in time to one date in 1960. And every time he goes through this time portal, it's at this date in 1960. So he and his buddy decide, we're going to fix the JFK assassination.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
So a lot of potential. Stephen King book turned into a mini-series, which is my favorite, because I think these long 6-7 season deals, they just can't keep up the quality. So I'm like, oh, this is perfect.
Oh, James Franco.
Okay, James Franco, is that the main actor guy?
Yes.
Did a nice job. Story not only goes love story as a subplot, it takes over the whole freaking show.
Oh, no.
Goes back in time, falls in love. Next thing you know, like episodes 4, 5, 6, 7, like there's very limited action and you get a couple of flashpoints. But I would just say if you like love stories, like Titanic, we're talking about a massive historic event hijacked by a love story.
Oh, God, I'm good.
It's like Landman.
I think they've ruined Landman. Landman season 2 to me has been
This is right up my alley here.
Awful.
See, A17, I just started watching that last night. It's really cool. Tell me how you feel at the end. That's all I ask.
Have you watched His and Hers? That's another one that's in the top 10 of the Netflix right now.
Same deal?
I mean, I only saw an episode. Maya was watching it, and I was kind of watching some draft players, so I was like half paying attention. But it seems somewhat interesting. They're like investigating a murder, and it's like two people who are, it's like John Berthal, who was in The Walking Dead and The Punisher, and then Tessa Thompson, I think, who was in the Creed movies and then also was in Thor. They both star in this, but they're married yet separated, kind of, and they both think each other. One's the sheriff, the other's a news reporter, and they think each other are the ones that committed this murder. So it is interesting, but you have the love angle in it, too.
A lot of people love it. I'm just turned. I feel like it's so transparent. So many of these movies and TV shows, it's just like superficial makeup. It's a facade for these timeless relationship stories, whether it's father-son or whatever it might be. Traditional romance, young romance. That's the main story, and I can't get enough of what I actually bought into the show for. Landman. I want violence and cartels and big business deals. And this most of this last season has just been three different love stories.
Been sad.
Okay, I got to call this next segment the Pocket Watch. Cowboys free agents with salary cap projections. Then we'll get a mixed bag and more Cowboys content on the way here for you on 105 through the Fan.
Shan and RJ, the K&C Masterpiece, GBAG Nation, and Fan After Dark, live and local.
Thursday, January 15th and Saturday, January 17th. Tickets on sale now at tnawrestling.com.
Welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Broaddus just dropped a Kit Kat on me. I love that time of day. It's my favorite segment right here. And we're going to talk about Cowboys free agency and some key decisions, contract projections on what these guys are going to make. I'm going to call this segment the Pocket Watch for you, where we talk about pro athlete contracts and whether or not we want our teams to give them what the market says they are worth. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With the Frankels, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. I want to salute Mike Poland. He did the work, made it nice and easy for me here on his Twitter account.
Is this UK Mike?
That is UK Mike.
Nice.
Yeah, this is UK Cowboys.
Salute to UK Cowboys.
Yes.
And to Mike Poland.
They've got their 100th episode coming up. I've been lucky enough to be asked for the first time ever to come on
be
as
on
a
it?
guest. Yeah.
I tell you what, man, it is quite a program to be on.
Was
Those
pretty
guys
blown
are so
away
much
that
fun to be with.
I don't know why they asked me to do it, but
They're going to ask you to give takes in your accent? Because you could do that. You could do some of that.
I can try.
I think that'd be fun.
It might be. I don't know. Do you think they'd be offended?
Not at all.
Give them some Bully Melrose. Split the
Bully
difference.
Melrose?
Yeah.
Okay. I got you. Bye-bye.
I'm looking forward to that.
Those guys are awesome. They're really cool.
Yeah, it is cool how
I will say this. I think they're 7-0 or 8-0 when they're in the building. When they come over and watch a game.
Run.
They were here in November.
They were here for the. They were here for the. They're here for
these boys' season tickets.
Yeah, I was about to say they were here for the Philly, Kansas City back to back, and got them both. That's crazy.
Okay, Cowboy free agents with estimated APY range, George Pickens, 30.5 to 35.5. We talked a lot about him yesterday. I think our opinions are well established. It'll be interesting to see how the Cowboys choose to play this out. Let's jump to Javonte Williams, $7 to $9 million. I guess I'm okay with that because of the pass protection. That seems a lot. I don't know how the Cowboys are going to react to that. If Javonte's looking for, what would that be? 3 years and $21 million sounds pretty reasonable for a back that good. He's not going to give you house call ability, and isn't that part of the reason they let Rico Dowdle go? The explosive runs maybe aren't there quite enough with Javonte Williams, but there's a lot of value in being a significant pass protector guy for Dak. How do you think they'd react if it's 7 to 9 for Javonte, guys?
I think they'd say that's a little too rich for us.
You think so? Even after all that presser talk about how he was priority number one?
I think that maybe at 7. I think if he gets to 9.
When are you calling him out here, Chief?
Yeah.
Well, they're giving you a lot of lip
believe
service.
what they say at the press conference.
Which is fair. It's totally fair.
They didn't want to go over, 4 for Rico? So I don't know. I wonder what their number is that they'd say, I'm not.
You're right, they're going to draft Love at 12.
They're definitely trying to lowball the hell out of him, and if they can get it done early, and maybe Javonte be happy with that. He's had a good career if he loves being a Cowboy. Do you think the market provides 7 to 9 for him for an offer to play off of, get him a little leverage? Somebody else going to offer Javonte Williams $7 to $9 million?
I think if you look at the things that we talked about, that guy's got some complete back to him. I'm surprised they didn't throw him the ball more, by the way.
I agree.
But if somebody really, really digs in and evaluates him, the fact that everybody's probably saying, well, damn, bro, for $7 million, just get an offensive tackle if you need a blocker. But if you look at this guy, he has got complete back traits. He's not going to – you're right, Dawson. He's not going to run away from you.
You're pretty close to Breece Hall at $9 million.
That's what I think that him and Breece Hall are pretty. That's kind of what the people are probably going to look at right there.
You also have out there, I guess, early signs are Rico Dowdle's going to pursue free agency there after 1 year with the Panthers. He's looking to be a bell cow, and I don't know if that opportunity will be afforded him here, but he was still splitting carries quite a bit there and says he wants a situation where it's not going to be show up and get four attempts or 6 attempts. He wants to know he's the number one guy. Be interesting to see if he gets that. Jadeveon Clowney at $5 to $7 million. If this is a 1 year deal, boom, we're done.
Yeah,
nothing else to see here. You need hopefully they still address it in the draft, but like Clowney and Ezeraku and a rookie with the 12th or 20th pick, I think there's a path to more success there next year. I mean, Clowney might be able to get you 10 sacks still if he played the whole season, which is doubtful. He's pretty banged up guy. Dante Fowler, speaking of edges, $4.5 to $6.5 million. Had a down year, didn't he? But he's still young enough and has enough of a track record. With the right coach, maybe he could bounce back.
If Aaron White-Cotton stays, I'm not doing anything with Fowler.
He's gone.
Me personally, I mean,
but he's due for his big year. It's every other year. This is the year he finally is good again, right?
Go to Jacksonville and get you 10 sacks.
Fair.
It was a tough year, and he had a number of pretty strong criticisms in those exit interviews, didn't he, about how the coaches didn't put him in his...
He did. And he was hurt. He was very hurt, he says.
Honest guy out there.
He probably wouldn't want to be back if Aaron White-Cotton is back. Donovan Wilson, $4 to $7 million. This has got to be a see you later. They need a significant upgrade in football IQ, and I think there's a role for Donovan Wilson in the NFL, but for what this team's needs are, we're going to have to upgrade coverage abilities, and he's just a go hit you guy. And I mean, what else does he do? And for a team that got victimized so much and had trouble sorting out the communications between corner and safety and different coverages and stuff.
I wonder, like Matt Eberflus, he ended up taking the fall for it. Not the fall, but he got let go, of course, we all know. But I mean, I wonder if people were out there looking at it and saying, gosh dang, Matt, you're putting that guy as a true free safety, playing him single high.
They misused him quite a bit.
I wonder if it's his fault or is it Matt Eberflus's fault or Overstreet or whoever was coaching up the position to put him in single high stuff and put him in coverage. That's never been anything that he could do very well. And do you blame the player or do you blame the coach for messing him up?
It did expose who the player is for future uses, like it really defined his limitations. And I would not be confident that, using him going forward in anything else than a box safety. Like you better be going with cover one and cover three and put him where he's good at. How about Sam Williams at $3 to $5 million? Maybe a little too rich for me. I like him as a depth piece on your line. He had a couple of pretty good games. How many snaps did he end up playing? 474. So as a part-time player, considering how many needs they have, but they don't have any other edges. You're going to have to bring in somebody. Why not Sam? It seems like all the guys like him. Physical player, might be on the his era might be pointing up a little bit. What do you guys say?
Here's once again.
I'm out.
Once again, if it's him or is it White-Cotton not getting it done?
You're on this White-Cotton not a good coach thing, I feel like. He's been public enemy number one for you.
I kind of feel like, though, that this team really, really struggled, and they felt like that they were coming out of camp, that they were much better on the defensive line.
Yeah.
And they really weren't. And maybe that's where the evaluation was wrong, that they felt like that their ends were better. They had to go out and they had to make 2 trades to get defensive tackles. But somebody convinced the Joneses that the defensive line was okay. I'm pointing the finger at you, Aaron White-Cotton. I'm pointing the finger at you, and I'm gonna say that, like, we've seen defensive line coaches come in here and make a difference for some of these guys. Even Jeff Sagina got Mozzie Smith to play at a little bit of a better level, right? Not great, but there's a lot of praise that was heaped on that guy. And I'm kind of at that moment right now where, well, who got better? Was it,
Solomon Thomas?
I get it.
The whole defense just reverted back to crap. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's the staff, or maybe these guys just aren't that good.
Thomas said today he's been amazing for me. Every D-line I've been on, we've been great under him. He commands intensity. Yeah. He commands greatness.
Good.
Has a high standard. It's easy to like a guy that kind of got you paid, though, and Aaron White-Cotton did that for Solomon and maybe Quinnen Williams as well.
I'm going to say Quinnen Williams could probably roll out of bed with me as a coach, and I could probably get him ready to play.
I got to get this one in. Brandon Aubrey, $6 to $7 million for one of the top 3 kickers in the NFL. Whew, that is a pretty penny for a kicker. I think he's probably worth it, but that'd be a tough eval. I mean, if you got to choose between getting a starting level linebacker or safety or having your kicker, everybody going kicker here?
I'm not messing with the kicker stuff. I'd rather
not messing with. Or just sign the guy?
I don't want to be worrying about who my kicker is. I think you've seen in the playoffs. I think you've seen in the regular season, 13 teams going through a different kicker. I'm here for I want stability at the position, and he's going to give that to you.
TJ Bass and Brock Hoffman in the $3, $4, $5 million range. I just think with the offensive line, if you're investing in depth, we got to be looking at tackle, not guard. We go to guard, right? Aren't we?
Well, if Bass and Hoffman leave, I mean, do you have is Rob Jones back this year?
I think that was just a one-year deal.
Yeah, so I don't know. All of a sudden, now you're looking at
I like Bass.
And for that number, if you could bring him back as a restricted guy, maybe some other team wants him to start.
Well, especially if Tyler Smith is your left tackle contingency plan, like when Guyton inevitably gets banged up again and they kick him out, like you need somebody to play guard.
True.
So, and Tyler Smith himself, knee tendonitis or whatever it was, a little banged up, missing time. I would like to have TJ Bass back.
Wouldn't be the worst spot to have some quality. Okay. Time for a mixed bag, Wolchuk. Where are you taking it today?
Let's do it. Grade the fantasy football punishment, more football leftovers, and some Rangers nuggets. That's next to the nation.
But first, Cholos, I want to tell you about my number one most favorite local family-owned roofing company here in the Metroplex. Of course, that is